Would you mind, like, so that we're not like, I mean, you can see that, you can say this, like, put the chairs down. I would just like, just so that it's not like, and I like my.
Oh, there it is.
You have a few seats back here.
I was gonna say, I would expect a lot more. Oh, yeah. What the question is, oh, so, no, I heard so many, probably 11. Well, at this rate, it looks like I'm zoning out. Oh, I had to
My senior class, all 37.
Oh, wow, where's that?
Right, exactly.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, that's great. That's hilarious.
They killed the whole division after we graduated. They put it all on hold on forever.
Oh, really?
It's called Buckeye Trail now.
We were the last school to graduate at the old Masonic Aladdin Shrine Temple out on Cromwell Road. They used to allow classes to graduate, but we had so many fireworks and screwed up the place so much. They stopped allowing.
Yeah, when I started Ohio State, they said, what school did I graduate from high school? We went to St. Trace. And they came back and said, you're St. Trace. So then they just put the
It's like Carlin, my partner. His old school has been knocked down and they're defunct. And he graduated like 30 people. I had like 500 people.
Well, to me, everybody I talk to has, like 3 to 5,
Yeah.
700 in their class.
Yeah.
And, I always say, my whole, everybody knew everybody. Nobody dated. It was like innocence.
Yeah.
I mean, we had to go some,
Yeah, since kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like forever.
Yeah.
I do that.
It was ridiculous,
That would be weird. Definitely.
Because our 40th reunion will be coming up. It's been 38 years.
Wow. God.
What's funny is when we graduated, we said we were going to have a 10-year reunion, and that was it. No more reunions.
Yeah.
We said we'll have a 10-year, and you can catch up with
Good
everybody
evening.
then.
We're going to
If
get
you really
started
want to
tonight.
Be friends with them. You
Hello?
can contact them and just stuff like that.
The first part of our meeting tonight is really aimed at being able to hear from the city, from Mr. James Lewis, as to a lot of things we've been reading in the paper about the new zoning code coming. And I know that he has been passing out handouts, and he's kind of going to speak from these, I believe, rather than the projector. I want to welcome you all and remind you that the food is for everyone. The salad and the pizza and the chocolate or whatever, we find that we're kinder, nicer people if some of us have had something to eat and it's not more of a flies. So what I'd like to do is just kind of let you know the format we're going to take tonight. We think it's very important that we hear what people have to say. in regard to questions they may have. So we set this up really to deal with questions first and foremost. So I'd ask the commissioners if they would maybe pick up some white cards that are over there, and if they would write a question on each card that comes to them. And I'm asking you as a public to do the same if you have a question. I think there are blue and green cards back there, and I've got some of them coming up here already to me. And so that way you can take notes in forms of question rather than the thesis for a debate, and hand them to us when Mr. Lewis is done. And we can very quickly see if we have duplicates, so we're answering questions. We know that everybody's got foremost on the mind. And we'll mix up the commissioners with the general public's questions and deal with them that way. And then at the end of that, each presentation will be 15 minutes or a little bit more. And then we have time to read those questions off to everyone and ask Mr. Lewis if he can respond to them. And we'll try to pull the duplicates, as I said. And then after that, we'll see if we still have time, because we are going to be starting the area commission again, of course, soon after that. And that we'll take a jet, we'll take attendance, and we'll actually begin our business with zoning and other things that we need to do. There are seats behind us, so you're more than welcome to sit back there. We've all seen The Godfather enough times to know we can only trust the people that are behind us in those restaurants. So we trust you to grab the pizza. You're welcome to sit back there. It might be even easier for you to hear. The problem too with this room is that the sound goes right up over here. So I've let Mr. Lewis know that. So I'm going to turn this over to you, and you can introduce yourself and tell us what you want to talk about. I ask you to use the microphone, and know that sometimes you have to hold it very closely and really speak into it. Okay, thank you.
How's this? Can everybody hear me?
Welcome.
Yeah,
Praise
pull it out. I don't-
Praise it out, so you gotta speak like an inch from it.
Like, in.
Yeah.
It's like I should spit a verse in here.
Karaoke, you can do it.
Okay.
We had an officer once who thought he was Frank Sinatra. He pulled it out all the time, and, made himself known to us.
Well, actually, that's rap.
Okay, so just basically, this is the position I'm gonna be in on. Okay, sounds good. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is James Lewis, and I am the Community Relations Coordinator for the Zoning Code Update Initiative, and I just thank you all for coming tonight. I try to be as brief as possible, but as impactful as possible, and just let you know a little bit about where we are right now with the Zoning Code Update. I know that earlier this week, there was a article in the Dispatch about our efforts, and I definitely want to say first and foremost that we have been doing this work for the past 2 years, and we've had the community in mind as we've done this work. And the team that I'm on has been very dedicated to this work. We want to do things that are going to make the Columbus of the future for future residents livable, workable, and a place that they can be glad to call home. And so with that, I just want to say that, again, thank you for allowing me to be here. The zoning code basically is broken. One of the reasons why we decided to embark on this work is because we started noticing that when it came to individuals wanting to do things on their properties, they were running into a lot of barriers to doing what they wanted to do. We found out that the base code was broken. This first phase of the zoning code update is focusing on 62 identified areas, which are on corridors. And so on those corridors, we found that 80% of those corridors had a 35-foot height limit. And so when we're thinking about the future of Columbus, we have to think about our population. I think earlier this week, there was a statistic that said that Columbus is the fastest growing city in America. Now, before that, I knew that Columbus was the fastest growing city in the Midwest. But to see that it's the fastest growing city in America, I mean, that's something to be proud of, but that's also something that we need to plan for. Because if we don't plan for that, we're gonna run into a whole host of issues. So the zoning code that we currently have is 7 years old. and it was comprehensively updated last in the 50s. 1950s in Columbus were a lot different than 2024 in Columbus. There was car-centric development. A lot of people were wanting to have big box stores where they could drive and they could go and have that experience. But now we're finding that with retail moving more online, and Amazon being the second or first retailer in the United States, there's really not that much, I don't want to say not that much need. That's not what I want to say. What I want to say is that we're finding out that a lot of these big box stores that we developed for in the past are no longer serving those purposes. And so we're seeing that in these areas, they could be updated to provide more uses. That code that I just spoke about, not only is it outdated and it was conceived in the 50s during a different time, but in some areas of Columbus, it helped to further racial segregation. And so, you know, through exclusionary zoning practices and other ills that our nation is trying to reckon with, we know that some of those areas did not prosper as a result of some of those prior zoning practices. What that zoning code also of the past did was it encouraged a lot of car-centric sprawl. And so what we're finding out from surveys and the work that we've done in this first phase is that a lot of people want walkable neighborhoods. They want to be able to go to the coffee shop that's in their neighborhood. They want to be able to walk to it. They want to be able to also have a grocery store that's close by. And in order for those things to be sustainable and to actually be viable in these communities, we need people. And so in order to have people, we need to have buildings that are able to house those individuals. And we need them to also be affordable so that individuals aren't displaced or locked out of these areas. Again, I said Columbus was growing. And one of the things that comes along with that growth is that we're experiencing a housing shortage right now. So in order for us to keep up with our need, over the next 10 years, we would need to build 200,000 new units. That's a lot of housing. One of the most impactful ways we feel that we can address that issue is if we start looking at the zoning code and allowing it to provide more permissible uses by right as a part of the base code. Because one of the other reasons with the zoning code that's an issue and why it's broken is that we have a lot of variances come through city council on Monday nights for basic things, you know. And so what we wanted to do with this zoning code proposal was to create a large mix of uses so that some of these variances don't necessarily have to go through the process and take time and money. And then it's also an inequitable experience for some people because you have your small scale developers, but you also have individuals who maybe have an extra place on their property that they want to turn into an accessible dwelling unit, or more commonly known as a carriage house. And what they have to do to get that variance and go through that variance process is time consuming and it's not as easy. So we wanted to make a base code or propose a base code that would be able to absorb some of those uses and kind of help to eliminate some of the barriers that people were experiencing when they were trying to update their parcels. Now, I know we've heard a lot of area commissions around the city make mention of like, well, hey, if you get rid of the zoning, not the zoning, if you get rid of the variance process, like we get a lot of variances. And so what's our purpose going to be? And I think that one of the good things about the zoning code proposal that we have to try to cut down on the amount of variances is that allows the area commissions to focus on other things. Now, I'm not saying that you won't have to still see site plans and look at proposals for your area. But that the base code will make it so that you're not bombarded and slogged down with all of those applications that may come through your area commission. So our goal was to try to make this proposal something that would eliminate or alleviate some of the burdens. As far as the process, as I said, this is a 2-year effort. So we started in the fall of 2022. We opened up with the Undesigned Red Line exhibit, and that was sponsored by the YWCA. And it was a traveling tour, and it went around various neighborhoods. And the goal of that was to really get people excited about what this proposal eventually could mean for the city of Columbus. We wanted individuals to be able to see that, hey, you know, redlining wasn't just a nationwide thing. It also happened here in Columbus. And some of those injustices and decisions that were made, we're still living with those today. And so that set the base for how we kicked off this first phase of the project. We also, during that time, the fall of 2022 through the spring of 2023, and now, we went to area commissions and had tours with them and just wanted to tell them about this was coming. These are the focus areas that we focused on. And this is what we're proposing now. And so during that first initial phase of community engagement that we did last year, the goal was to really hear from the community. We had some ideas as far as our focus areas, but we really wanted to hear back from the community to know what you want to see, what kind of things do you think, are you interested in the zoning code update? What do you know about the zoning code update? And just to be able to galvanize that community and also educate them at the same time. We had last year in May, we kicked off our community conversations tour with the first community conversation. It was at the Reed Center on the south side, and the discussion centered around housing. And so we specifically focused in, we had Aaron Prosser, who is the Assistant Director for Housing Strategies at the City of Columbus, come out and talk about why we need to create housing in the city to be able to keep up with the demand. From there, we also had another community conversation in the midsummer where we talked about zoning in on main streets and businesses and how we can create communities that we want to live in, work in, and play in. And then from there, we had our final community conversation in August, where it was a panel discussion, and we had a range of individuals who would be impacted by the development process. So we had a couple of developers, we had some community members, and this was held at the Lincoln Theater. So we had community members on the panel, we had representation from the city of Columbus, the chief zoning official was on hand. And then also it was moderated by Council President Shannon Harden. And so one of the things that he said in that community conversation panel discussion was he likened Columbus's growth to a tsunami. He said, you know, you look out there and you see a tsunami and you're like, I might be all right. You know, I don't gotta worry about it. And then as soon as that tsunami starts gaining speed and coming up, you look at it and you're like, oh no. And so the thing that he was trying to say with that is that we have an opportunity now to plan for the future. We can either plan for it or we can bury our heads in the sand and think like it'll be okay. And then when it comes, unfortunately, it may be too late. And so I echo those sentiments because I feel like, you know, we haven't done a zoning code update comprehensively in 70 years, and it's definitely overdue. And I think that as a part of our team, our goal is to talk to as many people as possible about this, to get them engaged in the process, because we definitely do want to hear from you. We spoke to over 51,000 people in the last 2 years through various events and going to area commissions, talking to various organizations. So we're really focused in on getting that community input. And right now, 2 weeks ago, the mayor gave this proposal to council so that council could look through it and read through it. And we had a resolution that council passed 2 weeks ago. And basically that resolution allowed for us to have a public comment period. And it's going to be a 60-day public comment period. And what we want to hear during those 60 days is from as many people as possible, the zoning code update. This is something that we're trying to do with the community. And so in addition to that, in order to help individuals understand the nuts and bolts of this process, we have a zone-in gallery, which is downtown at 141 North Front Street. It's open 6 days a week. We have a website that actually has the hours of operation, but it's just a really good interactive educational space to go to see where we started, why we felt like we had to do these things to update the zoning code. And then also the regional need, a lot of statistics, a lot of things that can further inform why this process is necessary at this time. And in addition to that, we have subject matter experts from our staff that are also staffing this zone-in gallery. So if you want to come in and just walk around, we've got open hours. We've also got hours for area commission members who want to come down. And we understand, like, as far as quorums go, we definitely don't want to do anything that's going to be against the bylaws and rules of the area commissions. So you can come down at your leisure. You can come down as your schedule permits based on what the hours of operation are. And then we also have a option where you can have a one-on-one with someone. So if you are interested in a particular parcel and you want to know more about it and how it's going to impact you, or if you're just curious, you can also get that kind of information as well. That gallery will be open it'll be open through July. So there's definitely some time to get down there. There's free parking. I know whenever we say, like, hey, you can come downtown and check us out, it's like, yeah, but where's the parking at? Well, we have a parking garage that this zoning gallery is located in, and it's free parking. So all you have to do is you come down and say, hey, I'm coming to check out the gallery, and you don't have any issues after that. So basically, I just really appreciate this opportunity to come out and speak with you all tonight. I really would encourage everyone that can possibly tell your friends, tell your neighbors, your colleagues, anybody that you think would be interested in this project, to visit the website and also to come to the zone-in gallery and just make your voice heard during this pivotal time in our city's history. And with that, I thank you again for allowing me to come out, and however you want to handle the questions, Chair, we'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We are taking questions on cards up here from both commissioners and from the general audience. I just asked commissioners to put their questions on white cards so we can mix up the community's cards for those people at the table. So if there are others that are coming in, or if you're jotting something down right now, we have enough to probably get started on, but we're trying to eliminate duplicates so that we get everything answered as best we can.
Okay.
So should you be sitting out there with a card in your hand, Michael Kellmeyer, our commissioner, is on one end of the table, and maybe he can just pick them up and he can
Yes.
pass them down this way. So thank you. It's also a good time to get a piece of pizza. So maybe everybody, 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
Were they gonna explain which parcels were affected?
But that's a question you can write on the card.
Well, geez, unless it's mystery night, I thought that's what he was
There you
here
go.
for.
Yeah, I did too,
Yeah.
quite frankly.
So it was a way to make sure that we were.
Will that be revealed after this whole ordeal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all available. So there are approximately 12,300 parcels that are part of this focus, this first phase. So that's about 4% of the city's parcels.
Okay, we're gonna read one of the first questions here. I've asked him to do this because I have a vision problem in dim light, so I want to make sure that it's answered. Just one that came in first or second.
It's the top of the pile. It is not, that's been a careful selection process because we haven't had that much time. Can you speak more substantively regarding the claims made by the dispatch article, especially how the optics of this process were described as disingenuous? For example, the letter to the editor from a member of the PR firm who claimed to be a community member.
Thank you. I would say that as it pertains to the dispatch article, the city of Columbus enters into contracts of those nature, as far as it goes to. We know that these firms help out a lot of different entities with their messaging and their communication. And we knew with a project of this scope, that we would want to have consultants that would be able to help us guide those conversations. I think that a lot of the claims made in that article, I think that the mayor has definitely been focused on housing. And I think that with that housing that he's focusing on, what we wanted to do was to ensure that since at the city, there's only so much capacity that you can have. And so I think that hiring the public relations firm was an effort, and it's standard industry practice that a lot of municipalities undertake to handle these types of situations. So, but I would refer those questions to, I can take those questions down, and I would definitely share those with our spokesperson in our department, as they'd be able to better answer those questions sufficiently.
Probably the two issues we deal with most in zoning variances are building height and parking. How would these issues be dealt with differently under the revised code?
So as far as parking, I can start there because I know that parking has been a big issue. We looked at parking in the city of Columbus and saw that, it's not equitable for some people, and it's one of the biggest variance topics that we have. And as far as affordability and projects being able to be built, that's one of the biggest factors. And so we don't believe that we're eliminating that. Parking will not go away as a result of this. But what will happen is it will be more of a market, right-sized parking strategy. And so a developer most likely is going to have parking available for the residents. We don't envision that parking is going to go away entirely. And there are 62 cities throughout the United States that have done away with their parking mandatoriums or maximums. And so in those areas, we've seen that when they did that, they still had parking, and they were able to improve some of the other areas that were failing as a result of those codes.
The question also included height.
So with height, these areas that we're focused on for larger or more height, they are in accordance with what the area plans have suggested for the areas. They're also in accordance with the recommendations for the areas because of their availability or their ability to absorb the density in those areas. And so we feel like the height proposal that we've given is in line with a lot of the recommendations that we've gotten from community engagement, along with also capacity studies that have been done. I think those specific questions are really geared toward the website where we have more detail that can go into that. But I could say that a lot of those areas where heights are concerns are also based on data and recommendations that we've heard from the public, and also that we know that are in line with the area plans that we've discussed with those community groups.
What steps will the city take to ensure that developers don't buy their way out of their affordability commitments?
That's a very good question. I do not have that answer off the top of my head. However, I could follow up with that person afterwards and put them in contact with the appropriate person that can answer that question.
Working on it, sort of.
All right, excellent. If you've been working for X amount of years, are comments and concerns going to be taken into consideration, or is everything sort of baked in? So the question is the fact that this process started in a decent time, but I think you spoke to that with a 60-day comment period.
Yeah, no, nothing is baked in right now. We're focused on the public comment period, which is another reason why I'm here tonight, because I really want to encourage everyone who's interested or has questions to get involved in the process and provide those comments. I think that we need to know. We can't guess what the city wants or what they think. And I think that's why this public comment period is 60 days, because we want to give as much time as possible to hear from the community. And once that public comment period ends, then we will sort through those comments and then we will share them with council. We'll deliberate with them. And then before anything is to happen as far as passage goes, those concerns or comments will definitely be taken into consideration.
Why do developers have more input than long-term residents?
Good question.
Can you repeat that question? I heard the last part.
Oh, sure. Why do developers
Okay.
have more input than long-term residents?
As far as long as I've been working on this project, I've seen a lot of community input in areas where there's strong support for a zoning code update from individuals who want their neighborhoods to be revitalized, who understand that the zoning sins of the past have created issues in the current city, and who know that Columbus is growing. I would say, in my experiences, that there's been a lot of focus on what the public has said. So that's been my experience in this, and I know that the team is focused on hearing from the community and is not skewing or weighing heavily toward a developer's opinion as far as I know.
Approximately what percentage of various requests do you believe will be reduced by the new code?
I don't know a percentage of them, but I do know that one of the chief aims of this project is to help to lessen that variance process. And I think that can be achieved by having a better base code. A lot of those variances that are variance requests are as a result of a broken code. And that is one of the reasons why we knew that the code needed to be updated, among other things. It's one of the most requested things that we see when an applicant comes down to do anything on a property. They're always needing a variance, whether it be for height or whether it be for some other miscellaneous issue.
Pause for 1 second, please. Would you mind reading that last question? Just the question. I'm doing a recording for later. Approximately what percent of variance requests do you believe will be reduced by the new code? Yep. Paraphrasing and putting together a couple questions here. We have neighbors here tonight not happy with a 6-story building working with the developer, but the city thinks that a 15-story building would be better without the neighbors weighing in. If you take away the input from the area commissions in the neighborhood, how will that help? So sometimes a given building or site is not an appropriate use for that neighborhood for a variety of reasons.
I think that's a really good question. I would say that the opportunity to give feedback and to talk to the area commissions and to, if you have a development that you're opposed to, I do know that council has the authority when they hear some of these zoning requests to have speakers who are for and against some of these projects. And I think that your voice is the best thing that you can use when you find dissatisfaction with things. As far as 15 stories, I know that those areas are mainly proposed for areas that are high activity areas that would be able to absorb those types of structures. As far as the specific answer to that question, again, I would follow up with that person afterwards to see if I could put them in contact with someone who could answer that question more substantively than I can right now.
Could you say more on the property tax implications regarding these changes to the zoning code? This community member worries about people being forced out of their homes due to having to pay higher property tax.
I think one of the focuses on this zoning code update that we want to do is make it so that our communities are livable and that people don't feel like they're forced out for various reasons. And I think that if we have more housing and different housing types, then we would be able to have more density in certain areas and appropriate density in those areas. And I think with that, those different types of housing would be able to make it so that you could have different income levels in the same community. You know, you could have people in different phases of life in the same communities based on the fact that there's enough housing for all. But also to that question, I would follow up after this to get that person a sufficient answer.
Regarding sort of the theme of density, with more density, how will housing costs increase? And how exactly will greater density redress redlining from years past?
Density, my understanding of density is that in order to have the communities that we want, we need people. What I've seen in communications with a lot of different communities that have been a product or have been affected by exclusionary zonings and redlining, those areas have had disinvestment. And there's been disinvestment for a lot of different reasons. But one of the things that we know and that we see go hand in hand, more people that are planned for creates more opportunities for neighborhoods to thrive, because more businesses will want to be there because there are people there. And so a lot of the things that we've heard from individuals like, oh, I want a coffee shop on this corner, or I want a grocery store, or I want these things. A lot of those things follow pocketbooks. And so in order for us to have those variety of uses in certain areas, we need to have people there. As far as density making housing more expensive, that question, I would also want to talk to that person afterwards to get because there are a lot of factors in housing costs and prices. But what we have found out is that if you have more housing units to absorb the density, then the housing affordability is more within reach for more people.
Concerning infrastructure, as we already know, the University District is the most densely populated area in Columbus. Why is this neighborhood included? How much more density can the neighborhood withstand from an infrastructure perspective? And related to that, what are the plans for public transit? Shouldn't robust public transit come before density is increased dramatically? And also relating to infrastructure, how will green space be incorporated, considering that sewer overflow is already a massive issue in the University District?
That is a great question. That is a great question. I hate to say this, but I'll try to answer the first part of that based on my knowledge. But again, I think that question is best served by a representative of the public service department, because they work with infrastructure issues as far as public utilities and things of that nature. And they'd be able to answer that question with a lot more sufficiency. But to the first part, we focused on areas that were identified as areas that already have mixed-use zoning in them, but are constrained because of outdated laws and policies. And so this is our effort to right those wrongs. And so I think that, again, the public comment period is the best period to make these questions and concerns known, because before coming out here, there are people in the department that probably are aware of things in certain areas. But again, I think that it's really good to have a more focused understanding of what's actually impacting individuals in the city.
Presently, area commissions are responsible for mailing notifications to property owners 125 feet in proximity to zoning sites for areas that are going to be rezoned, proposed for rezone. In the future, will city staff be charged with this responsibility, or will such notification be eliminated outright?
That communication is something that is actually in law, so I don't see that going away. We actually sent out a postcard notification to all of the property owners within 125 feet and on the corridors that we were focusing on. And so that is just a general practice that I believe will continue to go on as a just good government policy, I believe. And so I don't foresee any of those things going away as a result of.
If I can clarify, I think for the intention of the question was about the commission's current role in carrying that out. And if the role of commissions is diminished, will the city assume that responsibility?
I do not know that question off the top of my head, but what I can do again is get that answer.
Following up on the topic of property taxes, will the city stop giving tax abatements?
That's a great question. That hasn't been anything that I've interacted with the zoning code update and my responsibilities with it. But again, that's also a good question. I think that question is really good to be sent to your Columbus City Council member. I think that they would be able to assist you with that. And I think also, again, I can take that back to the appropriate city entity that would be able to give a substantive answer.
Will the process for demolition requests be revised?
I would say that that's another question that I'd have to forward on to someone who knows that specifically.
Can you say more about who says we need 200,000 more housing units? If you could say more about the source of this, as the community member claims to be mythical number.
Mhm.
Name who did this study,
Okay.
and state the number of respondents.
The Insight 2050 study that was conducted by Morpsey and also the Franklin County and the city of Columbus saw that with the anticipated growth that we are experiencing, that's the number that they decided on. I think that as far as the question goes, we know that Columbus has grown by 32 people a day from 2010 to 2020. And so we know that we need to anticipate that growth and to be able to plan for that growth. Because again, if we don't plan for that growth, we can end up like cities like Austin who tried to update their zoning code, but it failed miserably. And so this is our effort to ensure that the Columbus of the future is a Columbus that everybody can want to live in and have a place to live in.
Do you foresee the changes coming to what is proposed at present? I'm sorry, this is word. Or essentially, how likely does community input matter in what's to come?
Community input matters a lot to our team, and that's why we have the 60-day public comment period. The zoning gallery also has collect information from the community engagement workshops and community conversations where we've heard back from individuals in the community on what they want. And so I think that a lot of the questions that are being asked, I think that a lot of those answers would be well suited to look on the website. I also can, again, forward these questions to individuals that work specifically on these areas of concern that we've heard from the note cards and try to get substantive answers to those.
Some of the new zoning rules have affordability requirements. How is affordability determined?
There's affordability is determined. There's a community investment that the city of Columbus passed earlier last year or late last year, and so a lot of those things that were a part of that CRA will go into some of the affordability standards. That's a specific answer that, again, I can get answers specifically to that answer because to ensure that I'm getting the question, the person that asked the question, the right answer.
Can you say more on parking restrictions? Concretely, where are they?
No.
That's another question. I have to pass it on to someone who's actually working on the parking.
That's all we've received at the moment, unless there's more community members with input.
Are there other cards out there that we haven't read yet? I want to thank you for presenting tonight, and I realize that you must have drawn the short straw. I fully respect your integrity in trying to answer our question. I want to assure people tonight that your questions matter, and if you have questions still, before you leave tonight, before we go to our regular agenda, I'm going to make sure that all of the questions are put in writing. If we didn't get to yours, or if you felt perhaps we put you at a loss that you didn't have an answer, that we're going to circulate those to the city and demand that we have answers. And if I have to, I'll ask Grant Warren if he will publish all of them in Columbus Underground. It seems to me that I think right now there's a lot of vagueness, and you can see as you've gone from community to community to community, there is that specificity of what the neighborhood's going to ask. And we as neighborhoods are already, I would say this as the area commission chair, I'm being approached by other neighborhoods outside of us, but in the immediate area as the north end of the district with some very serious concerns. And so I anticipate we will probably be having a meeting with other neighborhoods outside of what the city offers us to have input, so that we can focus our own views and our own thoughts and make sure we get things in. I sense a card coming down the pipe here.
Sounds good.
So maybe we can get a last question in. But your answers, thank you for what you could answer, and here comes one more.
Okay.
How will we get the answers that the representative gives or others give when going to the experts? So I think to add my own question to that, how much time should we expect to wait before we get a formal response to those questions?
I would say that the goal in all responses is to give a response in 24 to 48 hours. With all of the media attention around the zoning code update, and also during this time period, maybe I'd ask for a little bit more leniency to get those answers. But what my goal was after speaking was to get with those individuals that asked the questions that I didn't have the answer with readily, so that I can get the contact information and follow up with them to ensure that they were able to get their answers, or questions answered. Because again, the city really wants to get community input in this regard. And that's another reason why the public comment period is as long as it is, because we want to hear from as many people as possible, and we want to have as many opportunities for individuals to engage and to get those answers. And I think earlier in this presentation, when I mentioned that, albeit maybe not the best answer for everybody, that the zoning gallery has the one-on-one options. I think those are good opportunities to really get those deep questions answered that are very specific to certain parcels of land, or also to just certain concerns that you have, whether they be concerns about, Chair, as you said, the vagueness that you feel that you've been experiencing now. I know that the city wants to engage with individuals and really hear what they're thinking. So again, it's something that we're taking seriously. And with that, I definitely appreciate the opportunity to go up here to speak.
speak before you are ready.
In our last few minutes here, we've been taking a lot of speaker slips, which really are speaker slips for the zoning cases that we're hearing tonight, because there's quite a few of them. But there were, I think, two that came in specifically for your presence
Okay.
that were public comment they wish to make. And so I'll turn that over to you, and then I'll let you read the one that came in by email.
Is it?
Would you like to come up?
Yes, please.
He says there's gonna be a tsunami, or they're trying to avoid a tsunami. Pardon me.
Yeah, no, I
Thank you.
didn't, I included it.
My name is Zena Kalis. I live in the neighborhood. I just live up on Northwood, have for 30 some odd years. And I just have a few comments to make. Number one, I think the public relations contract could do a better job of getting more than 51,000 people to speak. I think the city of Columbus has more than 1 million residents. And if, as I said, if he thinks that there could be an avoided tsunami, if 949,000 people find out what's going to happen to the city with some of the zoning changes, code changes, I think there's going to be a huge tsunami from a lot of people. One thing I wanted to mention, and I'm glad to see my friend Joe Motil here, corporations and developers are coming in and getting tax abatements. I did an estimate, just a rough estimate of the past 15 years worth of taxes that I've paid. It's almost $50,000. That's $50,000 more than a lot of developers are paying for their multi-use spaces. As far as quality of living and livability places, going from a 75-foot limit in the neighborhood, especially in this neighborhood, to more than double is not livability in my mind. That's density upon density upon density in a most densely populated, dense area here in the University District. And many of us who are sitting around here know what it's like. Let me talk about parking. They want to take parking down from one place down from 150 parking spots to 25, something ridiculous. You know where those parkers are going to go? And by the way, Mr. Lewis, I appreciate your comments because you really are on the chopping block here in front of us. But those people are going to have to park somewhere. And you know where they're going to park? They're going to park in our neighborhoods, in the neighborhoods where we have to park. Finally, car-centric is not going to go away. Finally, as far as large mixed use of places, every one of the developers who've come forward to this area commission, who've talked about affordable housing and so on, have not talked about affordable housing. It's all based on students, and there are no mixed use options provided. There are no multi-generational, there are no more senior places or senior citizens or senior residents that could be provided.
Sorry,
in
I
there.
need to call.
Thank you.
And there was one statement that was submitted before the meeting, and this is from Clara Crockett, who I could not be here tonight, so I've asked Tim if you'd like to read it.
It's entitled In Defense of Neighborhoods. 1, convert unused buildings downtown into apartments. 2, create subway bus system before adding more apartments to the university area, already the most dense area in the city. How does the city intend to handle the increased crime rate already in the area? There's absolutely no environmental consideration in the city's proposal. The city must address the tall corridor of Lane Avenue and High Street. It is dangerous to walk at night as there's no activity on the ground floors of the dormitories. The students have no place to meet one another at night, as all the small businesses which were in place in the area have been priced out. Target is not a meeting place. Summary: it remains true that it's been the unique, over 100-year-old neighborhoods surrounding the university that have held together what little consistency and desirability there is in the area. In creating buildings out of proportion with the neighborhood, the city will destroy the very reason people are attracted to the area. Signed, Clara Crockett.
We are actually at our time because we need to start a very heavy agenda. for the area commission. And I know that everybody who is a commissioner at this table has been listening carefully to the questions and the answers. And what we can do is promise you that we will print out all of the questions and we will get answers for all of them back to you. And if there was something that we missed somehow and you have a card still in your hand, please give it to us before you leave. And we really appreciate you being here tonight, but we're gonna move into our agenda. We'll take maybe about a 5-minute break here so we can make that switch. Hoping, she said, that someone will take the sun salad. And wish you home before the hail starts again. And we'll start again with 4 minutes.
I started, working at Northwest in the
Take care of you.
I don't
That's why I just scanned the QR code to get to that.
I know from past experience, I've had mine removed.
No, I remember you were talking about the last meeting too, so yeah, I definitely know. But yeah, I just went online. I think I saw this. Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
If you scan, like I scanned the QR code and it brought up the website for me to actually see what you're talking about. Scan the QR code and you can read it a lot better. Because I was looking at this and I was like, what? Like I knew off the top of my head what I talked to other people about, but it still doesn't exactly say what they're talking about. It's just a bunch of
It's a very full. It's meant to be full.
yes, it's better.
It's meant to be full. Exactly. Welcome to Columbus.
Yeah, the city's so interested in our opinion, that's why they have the big announcement on the way of the city works. Nobody could go.
Pop up, right? Yeah, she's focusing on
Maybe the glasses.
oh, because they hear so it's Nigeria. But yeah, and then you still gotta scroll down.
Okay.
I see, I didn't miss much. Yeah. That was probably the worst presentation I've ever heard. Yeah, that was totally useless. Did you learn anything? Anything. Not the hotel. 45 minutes total.
It's so
Yeah, he said, no, he didn't even say what was there. At least he didn't know, he didn't talk about high school. No specifics. He was the same old guy. I think he works for the PR. The city hires. I don't think he works for the city. I don't know why.
All right, we're gonna start our very official meeting. It's a private conversation, it takes in the hall, and we're gonna start with a roll call and, actually, we're gonna have a general, I think there's some people. So, good evening, thank you for the April meeting, and, the great turnout. And area commissioners, and we're talking up here about taking those questions and how to, put them together and get some answers up here. So, we'll try to give you more information before we end this meeting with the agenda. But, Eric is taking minutes tonight for Katie, who is I believe in Austria right now. And, so Eric, whenever you are ready with roll call, you are ready.
Call starts at 6 p.m. Jorge Claudio Ross,
Present.
Julian Dyer.
She is sick tonight, absent.
Excuse me. He's present. Jerry Davis.
Here.
Deb Gallagher.
Here.
Justin Garland.
He is excused.
Seth Goldman here. Terrell Hogan.
Not here. He's at work for me.
He's at work.
Michael Kellmeyer.
Here.
Tyler Littlejohn.
He is at Washington DC for the City of Regional Planning Class.
Very good. Katie McDevitt.
In Austria.
Demetrius Morissette.
Here.
Milan Sellers.
Here.
Tim Sublette.
Here.
Randy Hassau.
Here.
Steve Waldron.
He cannot be here tonight. He's traveling.
Tom Wildman. Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum, 11 members.
Yes, thank you. I want to just announce again that we have a vacancy in District 1. And so this is, I believe, this is our second reading of that district vacancy for that one. Jeremy, the chair of election, anything you want to say about that?
No.
No.
If anybody is interested, I know, I think I had some confusion about whether you were in District 1 or 2, so, yeah, I'll do later. But if anybody is interested in that, rather than hearing that tonight, I think it's important that you take some time to think about the commitment that's involved with that. So I'm happy to provide anyone my contact information and meet, or just let you know what those commitments are prior to you coming to actually submit yourself for that seat. So if anybody is interested and they know that they live in District 1, or they're confused about where or they're not sure if they live in District 1, just stick around and hit me up after the meeting and we'll connect on all of those things.
So I believe that we're moving right into the zoning committee.
Yeah, welcome to the zoning portion of the meeting. I just want to, I did get a speaker slip on Portland. 2 cases that came to zoning, Patterson, the 103 Patterson, East Patterson, and 1286 Portland are not being heard tonight for various reasons. One was tabled and one's going to be rescheduled. So I just wanted you to know that, if that's what you were here for. And our first case is a street closure, and let's go turn that over to our president, since she had contact with Jill Del Sandro of the Church of the Sparkling Unicorn. And it's a request to close Maynard Avenue between Indiana Avenue and Indianola Avenue on April 26th and 27th, between the hours of 7 p.m. to 1.
And she has, I believe, all of the forms and paperwork. Yes,
Step up to the.
right. I know we talked earlier, I figured you couldn't have gotten rid of something.
No. And I do have extra copies if there was anyone who wasn't in attendance at the last meeting of the map in the area that we're talking about for the closure, if anyone would like one.
So when you went through everything, I think you checked off all of the stuff, you have all of the signatures that you need. You submitted a map, we reached out to both officers, and neither seemed to have questions about anything. So they're aware of this and didn't have anything else to add. Do you want to just talk briefly in case people weren't here about security and hours and anything do you want to highlight and date?
Yeah, I could do a quick summary for anyone that wasn't here. Basically, next weekend, we're hoping to close off a portion of the street. Our church is on the corner of Indianola and Maynard. We would like to close off the portion of Maynard, basically between our church and our parking lot, divert traffic down Indiana or down Wyandotte. There's a lot of wrong way traffic in that area already. We would like to minimize that during the event and just completely route all traffic away from that. And also use that area as kind of a patio decompression area during the event. That way our party goers aren't crammed into the little alley spaces right next to the neighbors on Maynard and right next to the other neighbors on Indianola. I got signatures from the vast majority. There's 3 houses that did not answer no matter how many attempts I made. But I also went for the whole street as opposed to just a few around, and pretty much everyone was into it. So I did not get a single no on that. And yeah, I did answer the questions. The questions I believe we had were about security being identifiable, which they do wear brightly colored, like white t-shirts or bright yellow. Pretty much everyone else at the event is going to be in fabulous, obvious costume, not even close to looking like anyone official. We have put on our list of all of the things to go over with nightly security meeting events to address any volume concerns. If people are having too good of a time, getting too crazy, just, hey guys, it's a neighborhood. Reminder, keep voices down. So that's already on meeting notes that everyone will be given every night. And yeah, I think that was all we had to work on from the last meeting.
And we did, oh, I'm sorry.
With the zoning report, that's next on the end. Yeah, the zoning report on that, after some of the mentioned discussion, we had 4 yes vote, 1 abstention.
So there is a motion really before the commission then, but we'll go around and answer last minute questions. Am I right? Is that
Well, public comment would be first.
comment if they're short?
Well, it's,
Okay.
No, but we don't have any speakers list for
well, it's true that. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Did anyone want to fill out a speaker slip for that?
Do you want to see if there are questions on the commission before we vote on?
Yeah, start with Michael.
It sounds great. Let's vote.
Love it.
Demetrius?
No questions.
Yeah, okay.
It's right around the corner from you, and I'm cool.
Welcome.
Questions that were answered to committee level.
Yeah, I was at the committee, so I have no questions.
Yeah, I was there, pretty well covered most things, and the applicant seemed to have a good grasp and jump on good concerns.
Thank you for your service. Highly supportive of this event, and highly supportive of the church's sparkling uniform. The only thing I'd like to provide in addition, I don't know that you're looking to close down alleys, or just a reminder for this commission, there is in the driveway, a cut through alley, but it's not an alley, it actually belongs to the church. So when you're trying to cut off traffic cutting through the parking lot, you need to cut off from the alley behind your parking spaces.
Yes.
The alley, technically the alley kind of goes through,
Yes.
but it's private property once you hit the parking lot. So your barrier will have to be back there. Only other thing I'd like to say is, I'm a member of this church. Do I recuse myself from voting?
Do you have a monetary gain in this?
Tom does a lot of blood, sweat, and tears for us, so I don't think he's gaining anything on that.
Let your conscience be your
I
guide.
should probably recuse myself just because I'm a member.
We won't have a
Sorry,
quorum.
No, we won't have.
We won't have a quorum of people.
No, once we establish a quorum.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to, anyone else, second?
If Eric is ready to take roll.
It's out, but the applicant has 3 minutes to respond to any questions or.
I don't think there was.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
We
you.
try to be your neighbors. If anyone has a concern
I don't
of
want
this
to
or
cut
other
you out
thing,
of
reach out.
something that is.
But yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Vogt?
Okay, Jorge Clavovas,
Yes.
Julie Dyer is not present. Eric East? Yes. Jeremy Davis?
Yes.
Doug Gallagher?
Yes.
Justin Garland is not. Seth Golden?
Yes.
Joe Hogan is not here. Michael Kellmeyer?
Yes.
Lou Jones is not here. Katie Devitt is not here. Demetrius Morris Saunders?
Yes.
Juan Sellers?
Yes.
Tim Sublette? Yes. Noreen Hostel? Yes. Steve Jones is not here. Tom Wildman? Or recuse himself, of course. Motion passes. Vote here in a moment. So 10 yes, 1 recusal.
So I can meet you in the back and sign.
By the way, I can't wait to see what you guys were working on last night. I want to see that full decoration of what you're going to wear.
You know where to find us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go on to our first actual zoning case, we're gonna have our parliamentarian here and first vice president, Jeremy Davis, read the strictly adhered to rules on how the cases operate.
Yes, thank you. And so this is just for the benefit of everybody presenting the subsequent cases as well as the public here as well. So first, the zoning committee presents the facts of the case, and that's up to 5 minutes. The applicant will present up to 7 minutes. Then we will hear the zoning committee report from Seth, up to 5 minutes. After that, we will move on to public comment, where we allow a max of 3 people each to speak in a pro or con for 2 minutes each. And only those who have completed speaker slips prior to the case being heard will be considered for speaking based on the order the slips were received. And I believe we might be maxed out on some of those.
Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue, okay. And then from there, we will move on to commission discussion. So any commissioner who wishes may speak once per round for 1 minute for a max of 2 rounds. A commissioner cannot save time for their second round or transfer their remaining time to someone else. And during this time, you're going to hear questions. The applicants do not respond to the questions at this time, but it is important that you take notes of the questions, because the next part is the applicant response for 3 minutes, and that is your opportunity at that point to respond to questions. That's something that typically goes wrong. So I just wanted to highlight that again, that when a commissioner speaks during the commission discussion, you don't answer the questions at that point. We'll allow you to answer the questions after that. After that, we'll take the commission vote, and just note that a motion to extend the maximum time limits can be made at the beginning of the case, stating which portions should be extended and by how long. That motion would need to be made by one of the commissioners present, not by the applicants. And the motion must pass by 2/3 majority with no debate on the motion. With that, I turn it back over to Seth.
Okay. Our first case tonight will be BZA 23-139, which is the 2519 Summit Street. Applicant Nick Wolak, owner. Come up to the microphone. It is to allow 4 portable buildings used as food trucks to remain on the site overnight. There are 2 there presently, as for 2 more. The variance is for required parking to reduce the number of parking from 15 to 0, and to grant a special permit to allow a portable building to remain on site. So there's 2 variances. So With that, you have 7 minutes to fill us in on what you have in mind. Andrew,
Yeah, my name's Andy. I'm the property manager.
have your last name.
Ringo, Ringo. So yeah, we have 2 food trucks there right now, and they are, according to the site plan, they need to leave at the end of the day, the business day. So we just want them to be allowed to stay overnight, just because it's easier for them, more convenient, and it doesn't, they've been doing it for a couple of years now, and it doesn't seem to pose any problems. And that's pretty much it.
Well, you wanted 2 more, correct?
2 more, up to 4, yeah.
Yeah, you may want to mention that.
There could be up to 4 at any time total.
Is that it?
Yeah, and then the parking variance isn't something that we necessarily want, but it is something that traffic management has come back with and said there's not enough room to park there.
Okay. We heard the case, and it was approved, 4 yeses, 1 abstention, motion passed. Some of the comments were, well, mostly about the parking, how congested it would be, but by the end of the case, it was approved. So we'd like to go around, start with Mike.
I guess I'm so confused. What business is this for?
It's a vacant lot on the corner of Summit and Hudson.
Oh, this is where,
They have they have.
this is where okay.
Yeah, and
That clears it up.
they have 2 trucks. The city's saying they need to leave at night. They don't, but
Okay.
he wants to get.
So this isn't what Katie was complaining about the trash. Okay,
No,
That's not the bar.
that's just
Okay.
a trash can.
okay.
So up to 4 food trucks on that lot.
Okay, in that case, I don't think I have anything.
Yeah. Demetrius?
I do have a question, just a clarification on, you said the city said something about you needed to get this variance for the 15-0. Is that because of the 4 food trucks potentially, or just the 2?
A reminder.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You got to
We'll
wait.
go around and ask questions. Actually, the commissioner should direct your questions to
No,
the
I'm
chair. Chair of zoning, and then we'll give you an opportunity to answer.
So what's on your mind?
Well, hello. Since, and I was looking down, so I'll direct it directly here. That way everybody knows. I was asking with the variance he was asking for the 15-0, and he said something about the city, said that they needed that variance because of the food trucks not being able to park there. Is it because of the 2 food trucks they already have, or the 4 potential that's going to be there? Is the reason why they're
You want to
asking.
remember these things and answer them. Okay, Deb?
I'm picturing are the food trucks going to be permanently there? I mean, they're not going to ever move? Because I'm kind of against having portable buildings, even if they're on wheels. Like putting a trailer next to my house in my driveway. I mean, I just don't think that's a very, very good precedent to set, to have, I mean, I know there's there's that one food truck up on Indianola before you get to Wyland, it's there all the time. I don't know what Clintonville did with that, but I don't like the idea of having permanent food trucks.
Okay, Luan?
No, it's fine now.
Okay.
Nothing.
No. Kevin?
This time.
I was zoning, so my questions were answered.
Sure.
No questions.
None for me.
I did have one question. So, do you manage their presence there through a lease?
You're supposed
Well, we'll find out. All right.
I'm gonna use my time, Seth, to explain a little history on this lot, why maybe this is becoming confusion. Many of the older commission remember this corner lot used to be an auto dealership that had 12 to 15 cars parked on this lot. And suddenly the city now has a problem with allowing parking to happen on this lot. A little bit of insider history is the city is interested in eminent domaining some of this lot for whatever reason. And that's the reason why they're not really granting you parking on this lot. This is something I wanted to bring up to the commissioner. I've been doing through an email because the city is trying to force something onto the property owner when this property clearly can easily park cars. You can easily park about 15 cars and probably do a half dozen cars and the food trucks. The food trucks, by the way, are not unsightly. They're really good food trucks, and they do move. I see them move around from time to time. But I would like to say that whatever, I guess, what the prior wants to do that property, we should allow it because
You're at time. We'll have another round. Before we have the other round, I should have let the public speak first. We did have a letter that went around, and it was for, and we have a speaker opposed, David. Benny? Your vehicle fucking you. If you want to come up. Yeah.
I would first want to apologize for not being at the zoning meeting on the 1st. I received this notification from the post office box. I think it was the day after.
Hey, could you raise the mic and speak
sorry.
real close to it? Yeah.
So I want to apologize for not attending on the 1st. I received this, I think the day after the event. And to be honest, I wasn't really concerned about it just because it says 2519 Summit Street to allow overnight placement of food trucks, which as far as I've been in control for the past 2 years, it's just been the reality of the situation. They've been there. So I was like, this is nothing new. And then yesterday, I received a letter from the city and went into a little bit more detail about the proposal and got my alarm bells ringing immediately. And I reached out to the tenants. I guess I should also say, I run the adjoining building immediately to the south. So right now there is a Wings and More restaurant there and a Chinese restaurant that has been soon to be open since last January. So it's been a while. I reached out to them and because I worried because for as long as the property has been under our company's control, as far as I understand, we had an agreement with Certified Real Estate to rent out that space for use as a parking lot for $200 a month. That changed when they sold. The person in charge of the company at the time did not want to buy the land. And then Mr. Wallach assumed control and has done the stuff, which again, I don't have an issue with. My main concern is with my tenants and whether we can mitigate any potential harm to them. I don't like the parking situation being totally eliminated because as restaurants, a lot of their revenue these days is from food deliveries. And so we need a place for them to stop. I briefly spoke with Andy about maybe we can make some changes in signage there. I know in Indian, there's specific delivery areas, maybe immediately before the building. There's spots for people to come and go. I think with 4 additional food truck restaurants there, deliveries are going to skyrocket, so we're going to need space for these people. I know in the 2 years that I've been there, parking's been an issue between the Silhouette Collective and so.
Okay, you're at time. Thank you. You are keeping track of, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Okay. We had one letter in support and Eric's going to read that.
We'll read this, and I'll put a copy of this into the official minutes. This is from Coney Fleming. I'm pronouncing the name correctly, I apologize. Dear Domain Tim. Please consider this email a statement in support of the applicant's request for permit and variance for application BZA 23-139. We're here tomorrow night at the University Area Commission meeting. You both know me as an architect and fellow member of the University Impact Review Board, University District Impact Review Board, excuse me. But I am also neighbor to the parcel under consideration. My house is a 5-minute walk to the north in the Glen Echo neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood since 2010. In my time in the neighborhood, the parcel in question was a vacant asphalt lot, rarely used for anything until the applicant, Nick Wolak, who also owns the nearby Ball Body Art, started inviting food trucks to use the space. The food trucks have been a positive asset for the neighborhood. I myself have patronized Kosher King, the Egyptian food truck, more times than I can count since it opened in the pandemic. It is worth noting that both current food trucks, Kosher King and Clutch Handheld Breakfast, are small businesses. Clustered together on the parcel, they aggregate more business than they could live individually elsewhere in the city, which draws positive business traffic to the neighborhood. The addition of 2 additional trucks, as the applicant proposes, would increase the urban life of the neighborhood and provide additional dining opportunities to residents and visitors both. Every time I visit Portland, Oregon, I always ended at the food truck pod, which has some of the best food in the city. In my view, having our own pod in Columbus would be a positive improvement to the cultural life of the city. I do not view the lack of parking as a detriment. There is ample parallel parking on both Summit and 4th Street, and in any case, much of the business traffic to the food trucks is by residents of nearby neighborhoods who arrive there on foot. There is considerable traffic in the neighborhood, but this is mostly because Hudson is a major thoroughfare between I-71 and North High Street, and because 4th Street and Summit are major north-south connectors throughout the city. Any automobile traffic from these businesses will be incidental compared to the current volume of traffic. I hope you consider the applicant's request favorably. Please feel free to contact me if there are any questions. As regards, William Cody Fleming, AIA.
Thank you. Nice laugh, too. Appreciate that. Okay, so we do have one more round. I'm assuming there's probably not a whole lot.
No, I just hope the applicant works with the neighbors with the parking consideration. He does have a point. There will be food pickup, Uber food pickups, I'm sure, if you put in 4 new food trucks. But it sounds like I know there's an alley and other avenues there. It sounds like you could come up with some way to get the Uber drivers or whoever's picking up the food in and out in a reasonable manner. But please work with the neighbors. I'm still in support, though.
No comment.
Yep. Go on.
I would have to second what Michael said, because I was driven by there and I've seen it been taking place. And there was a car out there, so I believe that you guys should be able to work together to share the parking with having 4 trucks. My only concern is leaving them there overnight, but it kind of bothers me just a little bit being there. But other than that,
I'll third what Michael said. Looking at what the variance request is, there's nothing in there that it conflicts with the points of the opponent, which are well heard and valid. And in addition, if the practice is that these food trucks have already been there and this is a matter of formalizing an existing practice, I don't see the issue.
Tim?
No questions.
Jordan?
Nope.
Yeah, I see quite commonly people just Uber Eats, food delivery, just putting on their lights, even on a busy street, 5th Avenue. I see that. I'm going down 5th Avenue at rush hour.
I see.
And they're just sitting there because they're impeding light changes. And I really do wish, believe it or not, that Katie McDevitt was here to weigh in on this, and she lives very close, and they have designated the horrible Hudson corridor. It's an actual group, and I mean, any impediment of traffic there would be pretty bad and dangerous actions. So this no parking all through the city is sort of crazy, but that's a concern, and I really do wish she was here to weigh in, since she's very active in the horrible Hudson group.
Again, I'm just wondering if there is a lease agreement with them, and if that lease agreement specifies anything about condition of the trucks, how long they're allowed to stay there, pay rent, any kind of specifications on that.
So, as far as leaving food trucks there overnight throughout our university district, we have that on different lots. Like just a couple doors down, of course, those are left out overnight. For some reason, the city has no problem with that. The Red Men's Club has one that sits on their lot, so there's a Sunoco on down the corner of High Street that sits overnight and has never moved. Why does the city only have a problem with this lot? And the only other thing I would say, that any traffic that comes in and out of those food trucks, or I would support you guys for making that a parking lot. I look at it as a way to slow down traffic on Hudson. As cars come and go, people come and go out of that area, it would actually slow traffic down to where we're constantly have people speeding and causing accidents. But I'll support you, however, Dick would wish me to support you.
Okay, thank you. It's parking variance that they need because the others, I believe, have
The
have
parking variance is down from 15 down to 0, not allowing any parking on the lot, right?
Right.
Okay.
Because of. So you have 3 minutes to try to get all your questions
Okay.
answered.
And I'll try. I think I'm gonna start with the history first. Because I think that'll answer a lot of these questions. So we bought that lot 4 years ago, and we also used to rent a spot from Certified Oil. We bought that spot. I would call it a parking lot because to me that's what it is. But you can imagine our surprise when after we bought it, we were told we're not allowed to park there. It's not zoned for parking. And we asked Certified Oil, and they were like, what? You know? And it's just been 4 years of fighting to try and park because you should park there. It just makes sense to park there. But it's been 4 years. We're in legal problems now with the city for code violations. It's gone that far. So we're at a point where we just have to do something with it, you know? This food truck thing, it's the best thing we can come up with. If the food trucks can't stay there overnight, I don't know if they're gonna stay because it's just too much of a pain for them to move every single night and come back in the morning. It's not gonna be good in any way. So this isn't ideal. It's not what we want. We want to park there. We're being told by traffic management that there's no maneuverability. I think we know that parking there is possible in theory because we do it every day. But we're being told there's no maneuverability. We would need a handicap spot. And like you mentioned, they want I forget the term, I'm new to this, a right of, something that extends halfway into the parking lot so that they can claim that for eminent domain at some point in the future. And it's just unusable, you know? So this is all we have left. If we can't do this, I don't know I think if we could go back in time, we probably would not have bought this lot. There has been way more trouble than it's worth. We've spent just tons of money improving it, tons of money on lawyers, tons of money on architects, engineers. My time here and with zoning and in court and back and forth, and it's crazy. It really is. So that's kind of the history, and I know I probably only got like a minute left, so. Real quick, I think that answers the parking thing. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
The variance necessity, the food trucks being permanent. Again, you know, I don't know. That's kind of, it's either that or I don't know that they're going to stay. The lease, yes, they have leases. I don't have a lot of details about the lease. But we've vetted the people that own the food trucks and we feel really good about them. That's about the best I could say with the limited time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will go to commission vote. I would hope that the food truck operators would try to make sure people aren't putting their flashers on at rush hour. It's very dangerous, but we'll take a commission vote.
Okay, are you ready? Yep. Ready to call us?
Yes.
Dyer, attendance. Eric East. Yes, with the hope that you do work out with the local landlord as far as finding parking. I understand the city took the parking. Jeremy Davis.
Yes.
Deb Gallagher,
Yes.
Brown is not. Seth Golding,
We have to stay.
Joe Golding, not attendance. Michael Kellmeyer.
Yes.
Little John, not attendance. Katie Pitt, not attendance. Demetrius Morrison.
Yes.
Ron Sellers.
Yes, again, as long as you guys are able to work out something.
Timothy Splet.
Yes.
Doreen Hassauer.
Yes.
Steve Logan, not attendance. Tom Wildman.
And I was gonna vote in favor of
Be 10 in favor, resolution passes. In favor, 1 abstention.
Okay. Looks like it passed.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I will send the city a notification.
Okay, great, I appreciate it, thank you.
Send out
Park lot, 2 new ones right next to the sidewalk, so you can't have them to me more of your lot.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next case will be 1479 North High Street. And this has been a very tricky case. We did vote on what they presented, but things have changed. So with, before Michael says, is that the way we do things now? With great consulting with Dave Hagley, we have found the best way to handle it, and that would be the applicant will present what they presented to us and what the changes are. And I'm gonna let our new parliamentarian speak further on the way we're gonna handle this.
Okay, so I think this is important for Harbor Bay as well. So between, obviously there were changes requested by the developers on the noted projects. Rather than attempting to alter the existing motion as what we originally intended, what was proposed in consultation with our prior parliamentarian was to actually vote down the motion that was presented at the zoning committee and reintroduce a new motion that encompasses the changes. So all of the commissioners have a document in front of them that notes what the changes are between what was approved or what was voted on at the commission, at the committee meeting, and what is here. And so as you present your case, we will follow the process up until the commission discussion, number 5, at which point we will vote down or vote on the current motion. We will then reintroduce the new motion, and we will pick back up after that with commission discussion and the applicant response. And
I don't understand. Is the initial presentation on the unchanged?
no, there'd be no reason to hear the unchanged case.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
misheard.
no, so we want you to acknowledge the change that you're requesting from the difference, because, and the reason we're doing the motion that way is so that we don't discuss a motion that's not relevant to the conversation tonight.
Understood.
And that would be in 7 minutes.
Perfect. And so I promised Seth I wouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So
I'm okay.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to extend the max time limits, specifically on number 6, the applicant response. I think with all of the interest here from public and just everything that's gone on, I think we would be doing a disservice to ourselves and to the community by limiting the applicant response to 3 minutes. I would propose that we extend that to up to 10 minutes or until the questions are answered. As I said during this, when I read this, the motion must pass with 2/3 majority and no debate on the motion. So we would go right to a vote on whether or not the commission agrees with extending the applicant response from 3 minutes to up to 10 minutes.
No need for a second.
Yes.
I'll second
We're doing a second, I'm sorry.
Okay, let me also add, a lot of people have come in the last half hour, so if you want to speak for or against, you need to make sure I get a speaker slip.
I have a second on that motion, please.
Tim.
Tim.
Thank you, Tim, I didn't hear you. Bear with me, folks, I got to do a little bit of reformatting.
We want to thank Eric for taking the minutes. He does a great job for zoning.
We'll do that. Maybe over here, please, from us.
So when he's ready, you'll be doing 7 minutes of the new and the changes.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. He's pulling that up. He wasn't prepared for that.
Okay, we're going to take this is a vote on the motion to extend the applicant response time to up to 10 minutes. Is that enough of a summary for everybody? Jorge Pablo Vaz.
Yes.
Jimmy Dyer, non-attendance. Eric East, yes. Jeremy Davis.
Yes.
Jeff Gallagher?
No.
No, gotcha. Trustee Garland, non-attendance. Seth Golding.
Abstain.
Logan, not in attendance. Michael Kellmeyer.
No.
No. Tyler Littlejohn, not in attendance. Katie Devitt, not in attendance. Demetrius Moore Saunders.
Yes.
Levon Sellers.
Yes.
Tim Sublette. Yes. Lorraine Buhass-Sauer.
Yes.
Steve Ballmer, not in attendance. Tom Wildman.
No.
No. Okay, let's make a count here. We have 2, 3, 7 yes. 2 no's.
I couldn't figure it out.
2 no's and no abstention. Motion passes.
I think there are 3 minutes.
Tom,
Michael,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 3
Oh,
no's.
I'm going too fast, my fault.
Yeah, he was first, so maybe he didn't.
All right, 7 yes, 3 no's, 1 abstention, motion passes.
So the change is that allows you up to 10 minutes for your responses versus the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna take 1 second. All right, here we go. I'm ready. Again, if you guys can state your names, that would be really helpful.
Steve Willoughby with Harbor Bay Ventures, and Amy Haney with DLR Group.
And we're gonna need to speak.
Yep.
Right like an inch away.
Okay. Steve Willoughby, Harbor Bay Ventures, and then Amy Haney with DLR Group. I'm with the developer, HANEY. I'm with the development group, and Amy's our architect of record. So from a standpoint, we've been working on this project since October. The property is 1479 and 1497 North High Street. We are looking to redevelop the property. We started working on it in October. We came in, we started by working with a number of folks within the community. It was something that came about from an assembly of properties. So Harbor Bay is a family-owned business. Through a property assembly, through another venture, through Marker Investment, they purchased a majority interest in Home Team Properties, which is a portfolio of student-owned properties. It was purchased with the intent to update those properties, to begin to improve them, to address a number of other issues, permit issues and other matters. And as a result of that, There was a number of properties that were already assembled. So it really began to create an opportunity to do a very holistic development across the 17 parcels that go westward from Wall Street. And then with the parcel to the east of Wall Street was able to be assembled, created an opportunity to do something from North High all the way to the west, along 9th. So with those properties assembled, what we did was we had a parcel of property around 2.28 acres that could be developed. So what we did, we came in October, we assembled a group of UAC members. It was a very communal process, and said, this is the piece of property that we have. We can do something across the site. We hadn't started anything yet from a zoning perspective. We didn't do any, design drawings. We didn't do anything whatsoever. We said, this is our block of clay. We can do a number of things. What can we accomplish together? What can we redevelop to make? And these are the parcels of property. So when we started looking at this, we said, well, we could pursue an upzoning across the site, which could potentially involve, removing these homes. We could keep these homes. We could do a parking structure across the site. We could vacate Wall Street. We could do something that would connect along here. We could push the density along this way. There's just a real mindset of how we could work together and do something that could make it work collectively, for not just for us, because we're looking at it just as a development team, right? We're a business. We're trying to focus on something, what makes the numbers work from a business perspective, and then we're working with our design team, what makes it work from a development standpoint. I'm going to just jump ahead real quick. This is what we're looking at from a design standpoint. That was allowed by right, by code, if we were to kind of move ahead. And I know some people, and Bob, we've talked about this before, being the kind of the carrot and stick. We were just looking at this from a standpoint of, this is what our kind of options were, and this is what we were kind of molding. And through this process, we were told, and the feedback we were getting is, well, if you put a parking structure behind here, then it prevents these homes from being developed or being converted back to a single family use in the future. So how about we push the density towards High Street? So ultimately where we got to was 15 stories. And that really became the issue, and the tension was the height. So when we went before the UAC committee and we got approval 2 weeks ago, it was at 15 stories. And that really was still the issue was the height. So what we've done since then is we've had a lot of conversations internally, and we've went back from a design team standpoint, and Amy and her team have done a heck of a job. And what we've done, and that was at 179 feet 6 inches, and what they've been able to do is design the building and help us to get our performer to work, and been able to reduce the building to 13 stories at 157 feet 6 inches to lower the building even further. And we've been able to do that through a number of things with floor heights and so forth. But that's one of the items that we're talking about changing our request, is by reducing the height of the building from 179.6 to 157.6 as well. So then also within the building, we had a parking variance that we were looking for a reduction, and we're requesting to change the parking from 27 spaces to 0. And the reason for that, we've encountered a stormwater issue that requires on-site storage for the project as well. In the process of doing this, we've learned a lot in regards to the community process, and it's really positioned us to do something quite profound along the North High area as well. But I think you can see from perspective, by lowering the building, allows us to address something that's been really a point of tension in regards to the height perspective. The one thing I do want to state is from a standpoint of what we're building with, and it's something we often, from our perspective, we should often lead with it more than we do, is this is going to be built out of mass timber. So it's going to be a highly sustainable, focused building built out of engineered wood. So with the support beams and columns, as well as the building throughout, it's going to be used with engineered wood. You know, when we talk about the carbon reduction, the embodied carbon within the building, it's something that we're going to be focused upon. It's something that's going to be modeled, and it's something that's going to be documented through, you know, whole building life cycle assessments as well. But I'd really like, Amy, if you could touch on what we're doing in regards to the activation of the first floor, as well as the townhomes that we're looking to integrate along 9th as well.
So one of the things that came out of some of these neighborhood and public meetings that we held back in October and earlier this year was the desire from the neighbors in the neighborhood here, and I'll try to go back to.
Could you tip the microphone?
Yeah, I'm a little shorter than you, Steve. Was this desire to keep the neighborhood character along 9th. And what I wanted to draw attention to in these images is this idea of a front porch, a public-private space up next to the sidewalk, and then this kind of townhouse multi-family feel that as you get closer to high, it starts to happen. And one of the comments from the area commission members and neighborhood is that there should be townhouses, but that's not the alarm.
Yeah,
There should be townhouses on 9th, and we are putting townhouses along 9th and the public spaces along High to make an area transition.
Okay, thank you. So that sort of differentiates between the old and the new plan. Next, we are, well, I'll give you the zoning report on the old. We,
That's part of the whole thing.
after much discussion, we had 3 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention. And with that, we're going to go to public comment. And that would be, we have 1 no and 2 yeses. So it's both. It's both because they heard the no. Yeah. So first we have William Wells in favor. If you could speak right into the microphone, like an inch away.
Yes, good evening. My name is William. I live on High Street, at 190 High Street. I'm in the area every day for work. I think the changes they've made are wonderful. This building is exciting. This is a really exciting project. There are hundreds of timber frame buildings in the United States, including Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Cleveland. These buildings tend to elevate the neighborhood and elevate the cities that they're in. Cleveland has a 9-story timber frame building called Intro Apartments. It's the largest mass timber frame building in the United States. The building is absolutely beautiful. The interior is beautiful. I think the images that they showed really elevate High Street. It does a lot for the street corridor, and I'm really excited about this project. I think it'll be a gem for the city, and it's something we should support. I did want to mention that the construction times on these mass timber frame buildings are faster, which cuts down on street closures and things like that. It's very clean construction. That's a very fast construction. I think the height variance is reasonable, and we should support their parking variance as well. This is a project that I would support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is opposed, Susan King.
Hope it's close enough now. So I'll keep my remarks brief. We did have the zone in today, which was one of the things that we learned is that in our corridor, 12 stories is probably, and we've seen it in other publications, is going to be allowed in the district without any need for variances. And anything over 12 stories must have an affordable housing component. So, I mean, I'm glad that it's down to 13, but it's still over the 12. And I guess a lot of things have happened since the zoning committee and now, and it just seems like it's a little bit premature for this vote for the variances because the zoning code isn't quite there yet. It's going to be voted on this year. And so what I would suggest is a little, perhaps a tabling of this vote until you can get more clarity, and also that the zoning code be adopted. Because I think if you don't allow for that affordable housing component, when you go above 12 stories, I think that the university district won't be benefited in the future. So what we need, housing, but in particular, we need affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Then we have, lastly, we have a in favor, Daniel Cleveland. Once again, if you could raise the mic and speak.
Oh yeah, I'm a loud person.
There you go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Cleveland. I've lived in Columbus for over 12 years, and I was even the last resident in that house that is now demolished to build PV Square. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Ohio. I've worked with the Ohio EPA, and also now I'm a local engineering consultant. I'm here today to support this building. Mass Timber is an incredible type of building. It's extremely unique, and it belongs in our city. It's difficult for a company, especially a local company, to be a trailblazer in construction methods, materials, and design. Most companies do not put much thought into the building envelope, the sourcing of the materials, or the welfare of the tenants inside. I firmly believe that this proposed design is one fitting for the vision of a sustainable Columbus. Mass timber construction is not a new concept, but it's a revolutionary one. It represents a shift from carbon-intensive materials such as concrete and steel to a renewable carbon-negative material of timber. Compared to concrete and steel, mass timber buildings reduce emissions between 13 and 26.5%. There's already mass timber structures under designed and constructed in cities such as Chicago, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and recently the Ascent building in Milwaukee, which is 25 stories tall. It's the tallest and one of the most unique buildings in the world. There's a demonstrated need for housing in central Ohio, and it needs to be built fast. Mass timber can be built faster than typical concrete buildings, shortening disruptions to the neighborhood and providing much needed housing sooner. Not only will this project increase the amount of available living units, it will have the chance to define the skyline of the area. When we think of great cities, we often think of thoughtfully designed buildings, and let me tell you, this is one of them. I want to address parking. The building is located in one of the densest parts of Columbus, which is about 16,000 people per square mile, which is 4 times the Columbus average. Other similar sized mass timber buildings have proposed a smaller amount of parking spaces with securing spots for tenants in nearby garages. With the Link Us initiative, zoning code updates, and being located in one of the most robust CODA corridors, the need for parking is minimal. I would implore Harbor Bay and any other investors to consider the businesses already operating on the parcels impacted and collaborate with them to find a way to incorporate them into the proposed building's footprint. And I will say, adding more units increases supply, which decreases prices, which will make the surrounding area more affordable. So it does have an impact on affordable housing, and they already have a set-aside part for affordability. We have the chance to add a unique and thoughtful building showing Columbus's commitment to sustainability and innovation design. I implore the commission to support this project as it is proposed and now as it is now proposed. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to turn it back over to Jeremy on the governance.
Yeah, thank you. So this is where we are slightly altering the process in order to ensure that we don't have 4 rounds of discussion, 2 of which would be around a motion that is not what they're asking for. So what I'd like to do right now is move directly to a vote on the motion that came out of committee, which I would suggest we vote down, and then but you vote as you would want to, and then what I do need a willing participant to make a motion as I've written down here, and you all have in front of you. We'll need a second, and then we will, from that point, we will move on to the 2 rounds of commission discussion. I recognize that this is different than what we've done before, but in consultation with our guru bylaws guy last night, this was what he recommended to make sure that we were efficient with our time and still provided the appropriate amount of conversation. So Eric, when you're ready, and I'm throwing you all sorts of curveballs, I know.
Take your time.
Let me ask you one more time, Jerry, when I'm ready to please restate the motions. So that I get it corrected in the record. Jerry, could you state the motion one more time?
Yeah, so I'm not making a motion right now. What we are voting on is the motion that came out of committee. And so that was made in committee, it was seconded in committee, it's now the motion before us. In order to move on to the motion, that is what we need to pass in order to proceed, yeah. We will make a new motion after this. So we're just voting on the motion that came out of committee. Which was essentially for this, the differences, and I'll highlight those, the changes of the variances from the prior to the current. All of the variances are still the same. The two things that have changed are the height variance request, which went from 179 feet 6 inches to 157 feet 6 inches, and an increase in the parking variance. The original request was 27 spaces, and they're now asking to lower that to 0 spaces.
Have those noted in the record, so I'm ready to take vote. All right.
So, point of information, so we're voting to strike this down. So if I say yes, it's to strike down. If I say no, it's to keep it as.
You want to vote it down, so no is the vote that we
To
need
vote
to
down.
pass. Okay, just to be sure I say the right thing. Sorry, I know this is,
Sorry, to strike down changes or to accept changes?
no. We are striking down the current motion. We need to vote no to proceed to the other one. I mean, we can pass it, but we're just going to supersede it in a moment anyway.
Gotcha. Strike down. Strike down is no vote.
Yes.
Okay, I have Commissioner Wilson, I make a motion to strike down previous variances. Because that's good enough. Warren Club Alabas.
No.
David Dyer, not present. Jerry Keys, no. Jerry Hughes.
No.
Deb Gallagher.
I think the motion is incorrect. I'm gonna check that, Jerry.
No, the motion is the motion
It says to
before.
strike down.
The motion that we're voting on is the motion that came out of committee. That
That's not
motion.
what Eric read.
That it's not.
Oh,
Okay, so
I have, the language I have for this, just to be clear, please correct me if I got it wrong. Commissioner votes on committee motion to strike down.
No.
Commissioner votes to strike down.
it doesn't, we're just voting on the commit, we're voting on the motion that came out of committee, which was for the variances that are here now with the C4 permitted uses, the C4 district development limitations, the building height standards, and the minimum number of parking spaces required. If it's too confusing, you can vote yes. I mean, we can vote yes. We can pass that.
Well, if everybody voted no and it was to strike it down, then it wouldn't be.
But the motion is from the committee, so it's not just, the actual motion is not to strike it down.
I'm going to restate the language for clarity. Now let's start the vote again to make sure everyone understands that your name and vote goes to the right way. The language I have it now is Commissioner votes on committee motion of variances noted above. This is not my day job, folks.
Right. It's none of ours. We're all volunteers.
Is this good? Deb, is that satisfactory or makes sense?
Yes.
Okay, great. Start to take it from the top. Jorge Clavo Bass.
Still no.
Julie Dyer, not present. Eric East, no. Jeremy Davis.
No.
Deb Gallagher.
No.
Thank you. Justin Garland, not in attendance. Seth Goldman. Abstention. Terrell Hogan, not in attendance. Michael Kellmeyer.
No.
Tyler Littlejohn, not in attendance. Katie Devin, not in attendance. Demetrius Morrison.
No.
Juan Sellers.
No.
Tim Sublette. No. Did you say no, sir? I didn't hear.
Yes, I said no.
Yes, I said. Doreen Hassar.
No.
Steve Waldron, not in attendance. Tom Wilder. Abstain. All right, we have 2 abstentions and 9 noes.
Thank you.
Yep.
So if anyone would like to move for the current variances that they're requesting,
Yes, I move to approve the following variances for the project located at 1479 North High Street. Variance 1, 3356.03C4 permitted uses to permit multifamily residential uses, including both residential uses and accessory uses on the ground floor and above non-permitted commercial uses in a C4 commercial zoning district. Variance 2, 3356.05C4 district development limitations to permit multifamily residential uses, including both residential uses and accessory uses on the ground floor and above non-permitted commercial uses in a C4 commercial zoning district. Variance number 3, 3325.323 building height standards to allow the maximum height of certain buildings as reflected on the site plan to be a maximum of 157 feet and 6 inches. Variance 4, 3312.49 minimum number of parking spaces required to reduce the required number of spaces from 329 spaces to 0 spaces.
Got it. I'm going to summarize that because I have those in the record. And I'm going to say this is the commissioner votes on, this is commissioner votes to accept various changes noted above. Does that sound satisfactory?
Yes.
Great.
So just to now, at this point, because this is now the motion in front of us, this is where we will now do the 2 rounds of commissioner discussion, allowing, again, just a reminder that you're addressing the chair. You won't answer questions yet, but then when we move on to questions, you'll have up to 10 minutes to answer.
I haven't heard a second yet.
Oh, sorry. Is there a second?
Motions from who?
Me, Jorge.
Jorge. Who seconded? Tim. Got a team down there. So you'll want to take note of all, yeah.
Thank you all for bearing with us as we work through that.
This is how the sausage is made. That's right. So we will go to commissioner discussion, and we're going to start with Mr. Wildman. He's not a commissioner now.
He's just sitting with us.
We already did that.
I don't like it anyways, but, you know, our guidelines specifically say 6 stories, 72 feet, right? And that's this corridor, is it different? And I really think to go from 379 down to 27 down to 0 parking is absolutely ludicrous. Where all these cars are going to park. I'm not in favor of this law. I could care less whether it's a new design structure that's, you know, something fantastic. Who cares? It has to do with true affordable housing. And true affordable housing is not building more apartment buildings, which raises rents and raises property values, which therefore nothing's affordable anyway.
I sat in on many zoning meetings with these folks. I will say that I particularly like Ms. Keeney's observation that I think zone in is going to have a big impact on this development. So the developers are well aware of zone in's progress on this. So I'm cautiously waiting right now to see what the city says. I think some of this is inevitable, and I think that there's going to be a more give and take after the zoning comes through. So I'll have a comment on this one later.
I sort of want to morph both Wildman and East's comments. I think it's extremely huge, but I think we need to get used to that. Unfortunately, the city doesn't seem to really care about people's quality of life issues. But with saving the block behind it as a supposed affordable housing was one of the reasons for the height, super high height. Well, sounds like the city's going to allow that. So, you know, the bargaining chip to me is sort of new now.
I appreciate the intentionality of bringing the density toward High Street away from the neighborhood, so I support that. I echo Susan's concern around affordable housing and wish that there was a component of this within the tower itself instead of just relying on the properties that are existing behind that. My main concern though is, and I support parking variances all of the time, and I worry about your ability to market this property with 0 parking. And I know that there are nearby parking garages, and I'm wondering if there has been any consultation with Campus Park, who manages those, because I know they have limited availability for overnight parking, and I would be afraid that you're selling that to potential renters as an opportunity that might not exist fully. But in general, I support the project.
Dory?
I think some of the questions that have been asked about affordability are obviously out there, and one that I would like to hear a comment from you on. I don't believe that the city would be looking at the properties down 9th Avenue as part of affordable housing because it's two separate projects, but it does provide a mixture of types of housing, which I think is just as important to preserve. And I do see this as a unique opportunity to a neighborhood that has substantial contributing structures still in existence, and probably one of the oldest parts of the district since the university started around 10th and 11th Avenue. Those houses are still solid and worth keeping, and the mature trees and houses will add that neighborhood feel. We've been managing height and as development for the overlays we've had, and I want to stress the word managing. We have not stopped development in probably 30 years, and I think this project is unique.
Tim?
Yes. I've been lucky enough to be an observer in the really extraordinary efforts made early on when, as Steve said, starting from scratch, not coming in to sell a concept, but to come in and find out what the community is looking for, what the values are, what the environment calls for, and coming up with a unique project offering a variety of housing opportunities in one project under one management, and including a really extraordinary preservation opportunity as well. They have come in and looked at the street holistically, and I haven't seen that before. Essentially, most developers come in, they're interested in their plot and their building, and here the interest was in the entire street. Now, of course, they had access to that property, but I will continue the next round.
All right.
Firstly, I want to commend you for the tight turnaround in reducing this project by 2 stories. That's no small feat given that very small time window. And I also really appreciate the fact that this will sequester a significant amount of carbon, and it's an exemplary structure when it comes to sustainable architecture. And I think that's much needed in Columbus, having lived in cities like Chicago and Vienna before. I understand the concerns regarding affordability, and I do want to hear more from you regarding what you're doing concretely to ensure that this is affordable and accessible, fundamentally considering that these are students, and as for myself, graduate students don't make very much, and so that's a fundamental aspect. But at the same time, I feel like as an area commissioner, I can only evaluate the merits of the variance in the context of the zoning code existing today. So I'll stop there.
Go on.
I'm trying to jump on past what saying this. Coming from 15 stories to 13, I still feel like that's still over the limit that's actually required. I'm for affordability 100%, especially if that's what's going to be behind this new building. If you're going to keep the home, to keep them affordable, plus, I mean, if there's not going to be any parking for this building, then, you know, I see what you're doing away with the affordable housing, turning it into a parking spot, because I'm not in favor of them going to another parking garage that services another building. So that, to me, that doesn't make sense. I don't see why there's no parking put beneath this building, ground level up to build the apartments on top of the parking lot. So it's just, you know, a lot of emotions with that, but I'm really not in favor of the project now unless I see it come down with height limits and be affordable.
Thank you, Lauren. Deborah?
I appreciate the sustainability of the new building you're planning on putting in the site, but in a way, I feel like I'm being blackmailed. you're putting this up and I'm going to agree to 13 stories just so I can save the historic buildings that are on 9th Avenue. But I don't have any guarantee that I'm actually saving them. You own them, you know, you're saying you're not going to demolish them now to put up the structure you originally planned and are going to put everything up in that. But like I said, there's no guarantee that you won't tear those down 2 years from now. And we'll, you know, we won't be any better off than we are now. And I think that I don't have a problem with the parking because there is parking at OSU in some places. But I really have a hard time, like I said, I feel like I'm being blackmailed. You know, go ahead and agree that building that's twice as high, you know, twice, even with your reduction, it's still twice as high as what we allow in the area. But you'll get to keep these old houses. So, and I'd like to know about the duplexes you're talking about.
Dimitri?
Most of my questions have already been asked. My statement kind of comes into this density situation of the whole affordable housing idea of having a separate affordable housing when we're looking at, like a lot of people say, we want complete affordable housing. So seeing that, and we're getting all these apartments that are coming. I live over by 4th Street, and we got about 3 to 4 apartment buildings over there, and half of them are vacant. And then most of them are still being built up, and then now we're having another one that's being built on shift. So having that density, it's a thing of my situation really comes in play of how affordable can this be when we're already looking at unaffordable housing in the area, and especially with knowing that students will be here, that's an unaffordable situation depending on what the impact is, along with what are the other families that are in the city or coming to the city are going to do when they can't afford the housing.
Thank you. Mike?
Everybody's been mentioning affordable housing. I totally agree with that. We don't need more high-priced housing on High Street, particularly some this big. We need affordable housing on High Street. Oh God, what else? I agree with what Deb had to say. And I agree with what a lot of the other people here have to say. I haven't heard any, they're really, I'm kind of disappointed because this is such a big project and we have no details at all. I mean, we had a presentation, but we usually have, I think we got something emailed. No, we didn't even get anything emailed. It would be nice to have, you know, paperwork in front of us saying all this, you know, all the stuff, at least the application. So there's a lot of things about this project that we don't know.
Thank you, Michael. Go back over to Tom. Clarification, how much time do you have on second? 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
It's 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, not sorry. 1 minute. So I'm going to address affordable housing. Affordable housing in the University District, for anyone who has lived here long enough, is $400 a month, by the way. And for buying a house here, affordable is $150,000. Every time we build one of these high rises, whether it be 6 stories or 100 stories, it raises the rents in those buildings somewhere between $1,500 to $3,000 a month, which then goes into the neighborhood where the rental property suddenly also increased to $2,500 a month, which is not affordable for anybody. So these high rises that we keep building, and this is a ridiculous height they're asking for, is actually the reason why this nation has inflation. Inflation is affected by the people who have to live, and they can't live day to day with something that costs $1,500 to $3,000 to rent, or is $500,000 to buy. So creating these high rises is creating inflation, and our pay is not keeping up with that. So if we approve this, those who vote yes are also saying it's okay to have inflation.
Eric? Again, I know that the market's gonna do what the market does, and I echo Demetrius's concerns, Tom's concerns about excessive vacancies and how those are gonna be dealt with. I know that's your business plan, that's your business, but we do have excessive vacancies as been reported previously in previous meetings. And I'm imagining the scenario where Landlords are looking at each other and waiting for one of each other to blink first and start lowering their rents. And I think that's gonna take a long time to happen. And until then, people are still gonna get priced out and priced out. So that's my affordability concern. How, as much as you can share, how much do you think you're going to respond to market forces and vacancies? If that makes sense.
Okay, I would like, yeah, I agree with Deb that there's a lot of nice, the timber building is neat, but way too dense, way too big. And, you know, if we're gonna have these buildings, the city wants them all over the place. And their deal, there really is no affordable housing. None of these steel or wood, nothing's cheap. None of it's affordable. And yet the city's solution is build so many of these that we won't have a housing shortage and it'll all be affordable. So the half of them will be vacant. It's just insane. It's what we will lose is all of our quality of life because we can't get sun on our houses. We can't, because of the behemoths of these. And we don't, the parking, zero parking is crazy.
I'm not an economist, so I'm not gonna do this justice, but I think, you know, when the limited supply of anything is limited, like, that's when prices go up. When you add supply to that, that's when prices go down. So even if it's not in this specific building, which again, I would love to see affordable housing here, right? Even if it's not in this specific building, any housing that we build anywhere in the city of Columbus is gonna overall help affordability across Columbus. It might not have a direct impact on the house right next to you, but it will have a very positive impact on Columbus as a whole.
I think we're dealing with a very sophisticated developers who have looked at the market and who understand it in Columbus, and it's very similar in other cities. So it does not bother me that there is no parking with it because that's the reality of where we're going to be with the city. So this becomes a test model to us, but not necessarily to developers who are developing without the parking requirement bearing down on them. As far as the height goes, it seems to me the height is, I've said this before, is almost relative. We know that it's coming. This is one particular project that's been in the pipeline that we have some control with and have a working relationship with. I am not in agreement that this is a wait-and-see attitude with the city because we don't know what's coming with the city that favors anything different than what we may have before us right now.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm being careful to time myself. Just give me a moment. That was not my job.
You have to abstain since you're timing.
Fat chance. I think the height issue, as well as parking, have really been modified by what we can now predict that the city is going to do. And I think that to try to defend particularly the height limitation, which is probably about to become null, and to pass on the opportunity for the preservation opportunity on 9th Avenue is really a shame. And it speaks to a tendency I think we have in Columbus to begin to be blasé about missing development, preservation opportunities. I hope I said preservation before. So I really think that the height is coming and that we have a chance to work with someone at that height with some real benefits offered to us.
All right.
I do share the concerns about occupancy rates. But at the same time, if you've done your market research correctly, then you know and understand that if you're building for students,
I can speak for the graduate students at Ohio State. Our median income is just under $30,000 a year, right? And many of us, that's what we have to support our families, to support our kids, that's it, right? And so if we're talking about ensuring affordable housing, then this needs to be priced accordingly. This and any other project for that matter to really meet that need. At the same time, put simply, the more supply we have, the more competition there is. The market forces move to favor the consumer because the consumer has more power. And that means that this positive feedback loop of getting to unbelievably expensive buildings that are barely occupied at all will soon become immaterial if we support projects like this.
Thank you. Luan?
I'm still at where I'm at. The height is still the issue with me. I still would rather see developers build projects within the limit and it be affordable. Parking is always going to be an issue when it comes to these designs. Instead of seeing retails at the bottom of these projects, I would love to see them try to build parking ground level up and then build on top of that. I don't know why this makes more sense to me. Still, height and affordability, parking, those are my three main concerns. Build within the requirements the city asks. If the city's going to increase it, okay, that's something we may have to deal with. But parking, there's got to be another way for that. And affordability, I mean, building these apartments, these families need places to live. And I feel like a lot of developers are missing on that. You're saying you're catering to the house price and don't realize how bad you can do. That's just my passion about it.
Yes.
Follow up on my comment about the townhouses. I'm making the assumption that since this building is so close to the hospital system, that you're assuming that you're going to rent to employees of the OSU rather than just the students of OSU. So that also affects the affordability if you're, depending on what you're marketing for. And also, I'm really concerned that we haven't had any neighborhood input. I mean, I know you own almost that whole block, so there's not really anybody who's going to come and speak against it if they want to keep their housing. But we haven't had anybody from the neighborhood to come and say they appreciate what's going on or approve it. The two people that you had speak, I assume, are somehow related to your organization or.
No.
I don't mean it that way. I'm not
Okay,
saying
hey.
related to the organization. I'm saying they were, both of them spoke to the building materials and things. They weren't residents that were,
That's
worried
tough.
about the neighborhood.
Okay, yeah, Demetrius?
My statement really isn't for or against. It's more so of a thought process of listening to everybody else say something about it too as well, with bringing the supply into our city. It's more so the thought process of how long do we have to wait for that affordable. Say, for instance, we build all these, and this is just me talking again, we build all these and then we're still in the same situation. Right now, we're looking like Ready Player One, where in Ready Player One, they have trailers on top of each other. And again, I'm not for or against, it's just a relative statement of, again, how long do we have to wait for this to go? And if we continue to approve and approve and approve, we may be sitting here in the process of, we have all these buildings that are just here, and there's no other market value.
Thank you. Michael?
Moving, stemming from Deb, her comment, is there any way for the company to ensure that the housing and back of it that they say they're going to save will be saved? I mean, is there any guarantee? Can we write it into the code? Can we put it in the zone? And I don't know. I don't think there is, but I'm just curious. And I think everybody else has said pretty much my thoughts.
Thank you, Michael. You will have, I guess, 10 minutes now to respond.
Instead of 3.
Yeah, instead of 3, which would, I have to admit, have been unworkable. I think some very good questions were brought up. So when you're ready, Tim will start this call. Are you ready? Yeah.
Let's start with the
Yeah, we're not.
Over here. Demetrius.
He's the man.
Okay, Steve, go ahead.
Ready?
Hey, Tim,
Ready? So in regards to affordability,
you have to speak in the mic.
regarding affordability, I completely understand. I wish we had a solution that clearly addresses it and so forth. But how we got to the unit mix and how we got to where we got was not just from a standpoint of us building a tower and just saying, this is where all the market units are going to be, and this is how we're going to accomplish it. What we did is through these community meetings, you referenced the neighborhood groups and so forth. We had, as we designed the building, as Tim referenced, we had community meetings right in this space. We have multiple meetings where we posted them, we announced them, we said, hey, this is the area. How are we going to build this building? What do you want to see? How do we accomplish this? You know, how do we design? How do we make this wedding cake? How do we do this? How do we address the parking? You know, so this is, when we talk about this, I hear all the feedback that we're receiving and so forth, and it's great input. You know, we've heard it for a number of months now, so I respect it all. But what you're seeing tonight is not something where Amy and I or the rest of our team has just been sitting in a basement somewhere with some CAD software and getting to a point and saying, this is our idea, please vote on it. What we got to a point was, we have these 17 parcels that have 83 units that's naturally occurring affordable units. They're existing properties. They're some of the most affordable student housing units currently that exist within the city of Columbus. And based on this group of people that we talked through, they said, can you keep those units? And we said, we can, but we're going to push density up there. And they said, well, okay, if you bring the building down, can you demolish some of these homes? And we said, well, if we demolish some of those homes, we're going to take away some of the affordability. Okay, well, let's keep some of those properties and let's maintain the height right here. Can you do this? And we said, okay, we can accomplish that, and let's kind of readjust the cake a little bit. And we do that through a number of kind of levers to accomplish that. So where we got to, it doesn't work 100 different ways for us. Does it make us nervous a little bit with the parking? Yeah. Is it a little bit riskier than we like it to be? Yeah, it's not perfect. Does it give everybody everything that you want? No, not really. I get that. But is it pretty close to a win-win in my mind? It's pretty close to that zero-sum game, because I think it's a good scenario. We preserve a really good housing stock from a standpoint, a long night. We preserve a lot of historic homes. When I go to your website, that was, to me, when I was looking at your website, your banner across the UAC is 9th Avenue. That's the homes that we're preserving. So that's the homes right there. By doing what we're doing, by keeping it there. So when I look at this, that's what we're able to accomplish by doing what we're doing on 9th. So is it everything? No, but I think we're pretty close, and we didn't just get there by waiting for zone in or anything and saying, hey, we're doing it by right. We got to where we got from an affordability standpoint by preserving those homes, by working with the neighborhood and working with the group. So it just wasn't something that we did based on what we thought was best. It was done based on a lot of community meetings, based on feedback that we got, saying this is what we would like you to see within the neighborhood, that gets us in a future position that if the neighborhood does transition, that we have an opportunity to convert these homes back to an actual neighborhood. And the reason being too is right here, those townhouses along 9th. Could you touch on those, Amy?
Sure. So this was something that came up from some of the public meetings that we held. I think there was even one at the library at one point. That it was brought up by somebody on the commission, I believe, to put townhouses even along on High Street to make the transition from this sort of multifamily building that looks like a modern apartment building back into the neighborhood. So we actually moved those townhouses onto 9th Avenue, and this is showing 4, but we've actually added another one. So it's 5 stories, 5 townhouses on 9th Avenue that would be made out of the brick that's very similar to buildings that are along High Street now, the historic buildings with the detailing that can be echoed from the detailing that is currently on those buildings. Those would be 3-bedroom apartments that are very similar to any apartments that you would see along 9th. And then along with what Steve was saying, there is a variety of unit types within this building and on a range of price points. So it's very difficult to say what is affordable for students because a lot of students don't actually have an income. So if you know anything about market rate affordability, it's all set at about the median income for the area. Students don't have income, so the best you can do is just to provide a range. And that's what we're trying to do by designing a variety of units within the building. I also just want to address the parking a little bit. We have talked to Campus Park a bit about several of the garages that are on there. And at any given moment, even at peak times, they're more than 50% vacant. And a lot of the people that park in there now are doing construction in the neighborhood. So there are a lot of permits left for those parking garages, and residents in this building would not be allowed to apply for a permit to park on the street. So if they do have a car, they're going to have to find a spot in the garages. So we don't really anticipate a parking problem because if they really want a car, they're just not going to live here. And like Steve said, that's just the risk that comes with this.
And then regarding the, the concern or the, the possibility of doing some form of restrictive covenant, in regards to the demolition of the home, the property team that owns the properties wouldn't commit to that. But the one thing I would say is the University Impact Design Review Board, to demolish those homes, you'd have to get a certificate of appropriateness, and that's something I think would be very challenging to remove any of those homes. You can shake your head, but I think based on that, you'd have to work through it and it'd have to go before this board and it'd have to go before others to get that support as well. So I think it'd be a conversation that we have. That's one line of defense that you'd have to go before to do that. That's a board that many don't have, in other communities. It's one of the strongest boards in the state of Ohio that I've seen in regards to development that you have in regards to stopping that type of actions and protecting historic properties. So it's what I've seen based on my experience. So that would be a key part there. You've addressed that, the townhouses in regards to that, but just from a standpoint of our approach is really hasn't been waiting on zone in. This has not been. We heard of it early on, that zoning was coming, and from a standpoint of we talked about it from a timing perspective. That there's this rumor that zone in is coming down. That there's talking about it, and we said we don't want to wait for some opportunity just to get approval under some type of change. We work very focused with the community. We've been doing a number of public meetings and have gotten a lot of feedback, and we want to finish the project through a spirit of collaboration in the same way that we started. So, as I stated, we got to this point and we designed everything that you see based on what we've done. And the last thing I will say is the reason that we're not including retail on the first floor, that came through the community process as well. We initially had retail along the first floor, and it came from our community feedback meetings that people said, we already have too much retail. We have vacant fronts here, we have vacant front here. How about you guys, are you guys willing to get rid of your retail and try to encourage and support some other uses within the neighborhood? And we said, okay, if that's what you want, we'll consider it. So we went back to our finance team, we went back to our investors, and we said, hey, we're getting suggestions on that, and that was against the norm on our team, because historically you're putting retail on the first floor. And we pitched the townhouses, we pitched the activation of the first floor with, lobby and other uses, and they said, we're open to considering it, and that's where we're at today. So, I really look at this project as something that's, isn't a Harbor Bay project. It's something that came about through a lot of collaboration. It came about through a very community-focused process, and we're proud of where we're at. So I appreciate everybody's input, and that's all the comments I have, unless you have any.
No, I would echo that. I appreciate a lot of the comments that we've gotten in public meetings before. It has really driven the design and where we are now, especially with the townhouses and the activation of the first floor. And the pedestrian experience around High, I think, will really be elevated along with a new timber construction sustainable building that will really make this neighborhood, I think, elevated to a level that is not seen in Ohio, frankly.
Great, that's it. Pretty good, I think we
37
need
seconds.
37 seconds.
Wow.
Okay. So with that, I guess we'll go to vote.
Okay. The motion, okay, the motion needed. Commissioner votes, these variances presented above. Jorge Claudio.
Yes, with the caveat that saying that students have no income sounds incredibly out of touch to people like myself who support themselves on teaching.
That's not what I meant.
Be
But
mindful
I
of
got
that. Be mindful of that.
Retire not attendance. Eric East, yes, with the caveat that it's devil's bargain, agree to save those houses, like you said. Certificate of appropriateness, and long memories are at the table here. So for the good of the houses, it's a yes. Joey Gates.
Yes, with no caveats.
Deb Gallagher.
Yes.
Trustee Garland, not attendance. Seth Goldman.
Abstain.
He's not present. Kel Meyer.
No.
Little John is not in attendance. Katie Deb is not in attendance. Demetrius Morrow Saunders.
Yes.
Ron Sellers.
Stand.
Timothy Solet.
Yes.
Doreen Hassau.
Yes.
Steve Walter is not in attendance. Tom Lyman.
No.
No. Brooke Stan right now at 7 yes, 2 no's, 2 abstentions. Motion passed, or 3 votes passed. Motion votes passed.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I will think about what to say.
It's really.
I just. You from Cleveland? Yeah. Look at that.
Thank you.
I understand.
That's what I'm on it.
I understand.
Hey, Steve Willoughby.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Nobody will get a time. They won't give a time.
I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. That's my job.
No problem.
I didn't even see that.
Are we done? Are we done? Can we start? Yeah. Doreen? Doreen?
I didn't know.
Wow. Yeah, they're taking a break.
Okay, people, we're going Hey, everyone at the door that's talking, if you're leaving.
No, well, we.
Okay, we have one last zoning case. That's 200 East Fifth Avenue. And we have the same situation as we did with the last case. And Dave Hegley suggested we treat it as such. The project is 7-story.
Well, I'm sorry, before you start, I would, this might not surprise anybody, but I would like to make a motion to extend the max time limit of the applicant's response from 3 minutes to up to 10 minutes to allow the applicants the appropriate amount of time to respond to any concerns that come up from the public.
And we don't get to talk about it?
That is the rule. There is no debate.
That's a problem.
It is what it is.
Then why don't we?
We can't debate that.
Yes, they say that they can't debate that. So you want to? Yes.
I'll second. Thank you. Okay, we need to give Eric time to. But the project, nothing changed with the building. It was, they will explain in their time what the city mandated they needed to alter. But the project is a 7-story, 186 residential dwelling unit mix. building with ground floor retail spaces and street parking. 6 variances which will morph a little bit. And the applicant will be speaking to that.
Give us just a minute.
Your 5 minutes. The report back here after.
Now you to vote on the extension of time. Who votes for the motion? Jeremy?
I made the motion. Chip seconded it.
Second, got it. Okay. Commissioner votes on motion to extend applicant response up to 10 minutes. Jorge Clavobas.
Yes.
Ricky Dyer is not in attendance. Mary Case, I'm going to say yes for the benefit of community members. Trujillo? Yes.
Yes.
Deb Gallagher?
No.
Mr. Brown is not in attendance. Seth Goldie?
Yes, due to the fact there's quite a few speakers here.
Okay, Michael Kellmeyer?
No.
Little John not in attendance. Katie Bennett not in attendance. Demetrius Morris Saunders?
Yes.
Lamar Sellers?
Yes.
Tim Sedlet?
Yes.
Remy Hassauer? Yes. Paul is not in attendance. Tom Wildman?
No.
Tom. These lists, 3 no's. Motion passes. All right.
Okay, so with that, we have 7 minutes to make the presentation with the way it is now, and, well, I know the building didn't change, but contrast what the city requested.
Am I supposed to include the amended
Yeah.
variance in this 7 minutes?
Yes, if you just know what the changes are, that would be okay.
Yeah, names first.
Sure, Michael Panzica, Panzica. And and Brandon Klein.
And who's speaking, he's doing a great job, we can hear him, so get close like he is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, good night. Thank you for your time. I'll be brief in my intro remarks, but I'm Michael Panzica with M. Panzica Development here in partnership with Blue Water Capital Partners as developers of this proposed project, working in conjunction with the Geist companies. We began this process about 8 months ago. We've had a number of public engagement through various formal and informal meetings and discussions. And we've made a number of adjustments that we'll walk through, but really in relation to safety concerns, traffic flow, ingress and egress to the site, the materiality of the building, the facade, breaking up the facade more specifically, shielding the parking, and really the first floor activation and the treatment of the first floor. And so we've taken all these comments from, I guess, the public and from the nearby neighbors into account. We believe we've done our best to accommodate as much as we possibly can or address where we cannot. And we look forward to presenting these changes, and we're very excited about this project. So thank you in advance for your time. I'll turn it over to Brandon Klein here.
Good evening, and thank you everyone for staying so late. I'll try to be brief so that get everyone home to their families. But we've enjoyed this process. We've been very interactive with this board and also with the residents. We most recently held a town hall virtually with some of the residents on this past Monday night, and further taking considerations to some of the comments and feedback that have been stated there. All of the conditions of the approval from the UAC have been met and submitted to Seth prior to this meeting. The sun study, the traffic report, and then inclusive of a provision to Fifth Street access. Sites located directly across from 4th and 5th Thrive Company's project that's under construction, and Crossline Phase 1, and then future Crossline Phase 2. It's on 2 separate parcels. It's a former beer barn site. We'll be raising the 2 structures on the northern parcel and the billboard to build the development. We'll be making significant improvements to 6th Avenue as it wraps around the site, including a widening of the right-of-way behind the site to allow for, I'll say, more accessible two-way traffic. It's a two-way street, but it really does not conform to a two-way street presently. We've included this slide to help everyone understand the circulation pattern, vehicular, pedestrian, and trash flow. Happy to go through that eventually. One of the items that we did, as I said, we've made the adjustment to include an access point, a one-way exit only, a right turn only onto 5th Avenue from the building. We did receive pushback from traffic management. We are very willing to work with the residents, the Civic Association, and others to try to rally to get that approved. But we provisioned to allow for that one-way exit. We've also put conditions that agree to signage and also prevent any apartment traffic of this development to go up and around Hamlet and through 6th Avenue. All of our egress will come directly to either this hopeful 4th or 5th Avenue exit, and then the 4th Street's one-way access, or the off of the right side, northern side of the building, or off of 6th Street itself, directly to 4th, not wrapping back into the neighborhood, trying to preserve a beautiful neighborhood and a lot of residents. Again, we've listened, we've heard, we understand the concerns, and want to make sure that we're being good neighbors. Project 7 stories, 186 units, 134 parking spaces, which is what the requirement would be. So there is no parking variance required for the number of spaces. I will take this time just to kind of highlight, this was sent over to Seth and Jeremy earlier. What I want to stress was the white were the variants originally that were on the variant sheet here. The green are newly added variances, and I'll be happy to go through those when the time's accordingly. And then the red have been deemed not required, not needed. This was deemed from our first round of staff review comments that we received after the UAC meeting on 4/1. We received them later that week on, I think, 4/8, and we wanted to make sure we updated them. Again, the drawings and the plans have not changed. It's just how they were reviewed by the city. A lot of the changes here have to do with some of the adjustments that we've made to accommodate and appease residents for circulation. Parking width aisles, the parking spaces are 9x18, but there's columns that the structure usually splits the center of, so it's not a 9x18 clearance. So it doesn't impede, so that's one of the items. Another is that in order to allow for the traffic flow within the garage to work out, to allow for the exit points that the residents have required, we do have some columns that intermediately project into that 20-foot clearance, a two-way, access way, and they will end up being 17.4 clear at that point. Again, discussions with our civil and our traffic, they don't have any concerns with it because it's such a low flow parking garage. This isn't a high demand sports arena parking garage or heavy demand. Usually there's just pretty much one-way traffic, if you will, one person pulling out and going that way. So that 17.4 isn't a continuous, it's 20-foot clear. It's just when there's a column projecting, again, to allow and accommodate some of these exit points that the residents have asked for. Other items, we've activated the ground floor with walk-up units, heavily landscaping the front streetscape, creating a really walkable community. There's a landscape plan in here. We hadn't had time to update it to include that 5th Street exit, but as I said, we provisioned for it and it's in our civil plans. Stormwater management was one of the items that came up in discussion. Again, this is going to have a new underground storm retention system put in, which will improve this area significantly. Currently, that site is 100% pervious, and with the storm retention, they'll be able to slowly dilute that storm retention out into the system and it won't pack up. Architecturally speaking, a lot of texture, a lot of variation of materials. We've changed a fair amount of the architecture to adapt to concepts that we've talked through with the neighborhood and residents. We've added balconies to activate the street, the facade frontages on 4th here's the sun study, basically just getting into it. Basically from early morning sun through mid-afternoon to late afternoon, because of the sun shadow, basically path east to west, it basically provides full sun, not impeding the neighborhood. As we kind of noted in the 4.1 with the study we put together here, it just shows and depicts that. Basically at 3:30, the backyards of the houses behind us get enough shade just because of their own shadows.
That is tough.
Okay, the report of what we heard, which the actual structure did not change. Did, 40 yeses, 1 no, so it did pass. We did have a lot of neighborhood people on Hamlet, almost full street, had concerns. I think a lot of them were addressed, not all of them. The traffic was, they wanted it to come out on Fifth, and the applicant said he'd do a traffic study, which he did, and got it to us, and had a town hall with the neighbors, and a lot of these, well, these variances were somewhat an outshoot of trying to reach out to the neighbors and tweak things to make it more amenable to the neighbors. So with that, we will move to the neighbors. And we have.
Do we have to vote down the count?
We'll do that after public comment.
Yeah, that's what we did last.
Yeah, I know this is not the same as we've ever done it before. I appreciate everybody's patience.
So we have 3 yeses, 3 nos, and we actually have 2 more opposed that were the last ones received. So we're going to start out with the in favor, and that would be Karina Epperson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karina Epperson. It is my first time speaking at a meeting like this, but I feel that it is important that I do so. I'm standing here tonight to voice my approval of the proposed Wineland Park Apartments by Geist Companies. I have been living in the Wineland Park neighborhood for the past few years, and I love that we have such a diverse community, ethnically, financially, and in age. I came here tonight to voice my approval because I believe diverse opinions are important. I am a renter, and I know a lot of people here tonight are homeowners. Renters make up 90% of the Wineland Park neighborhood, and I think it is important our voices are also represented. I live only 2 blocks from the proposed development, and I've been supportive of it because we have a housing shortage in our city and region, and all new housing helps. If we don't increase supply, like you said, economics of housing, the current residents of Wineland Park will be priced out by the increase in demand in this neighborhood and no increase in supply. Geist Company has worked extensively with the Wineland Park Civic Association, and I attended both of the public sessions they had to give feedback on their development. After the first session, like they said, they took our comments and addressed most of them. I realize the increased traffic will have a negative impact on Hamlet Street, but the developer has changed the flow of traffic to only allow the garbage trucks to go through 6th Avenue. So I understand the residents' concern, but I think the concern is minuscule compared to the benefits of the addition of higher density housing to the city, transit ridership, and creating a robust East 5th Avenue corridor of small businesses who rely on nearby residents for customers. I want to reiterate my standing approval of the Wineland Park Apartments by Geist Company, and thank you, commissioners, for your time and service.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to a opposing, Craig Starr.
Since I submitted my information electronically, would that be entered in the record for all the commissioners? That I yield my time to another speaker who would be following myself?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
Mr. Starr, you said you emailed it in?
Yeah, I'll give it.
Give it to me and I will put it in the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's, good idea. So with that, we'll go to Ashley Marks.
Seth, are we able to see those comments?
Yes. The email?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Were they emailed to us already, this comment?
Yeah.
We did get them already?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, he just gave them to you, okay,
Well, because he signed a speaker slip, I was gonna let him speak,
okay,
so.
so we haven't got it.
You can send that
Okay.
email to everyone on the commission. My phone just ran out of juice.
Oh, okay.
Maybe just now.
So it should be on your phone.
Oh, cool.
Wait a minute. If we have it read to us, or
Yeah, I gotta get my.
if someone else on the commission has it still on their phone, my phone.
Well, while we debate this, I don't think to waste anymore. Ashley.
got it on
You did.
9 p.m.
Do you have it on yours?
We got it at 5.
Yeah, I got
Okay,
it.
well, we'll do that at the end. Ashley Martin,
Yes,
and this is opposed.
yes.
Go
Go
One
ahead.
second, it's Mark,
Oh,
sorry.
you're fine.
Thank you.
Not to take any of your time, but you can try to be minute taker friendly.
You're fine. I am a longtime resident of Wineland Park and of the 1200 block of Hamlet Street. From my front porch, I look at what would be the backside of this development. And I guess I want to start my time by thanking Geist for their attempts to work with residents and the concessions that they've made. That doesn't go unnoticed, and we do really appreciate that. Unfortunately, the root of the problem that we as residents have, we're going to be most impacted by this, has not been addressed. And that is the density of this development. It's just too big and too dense for existing within a residential neighborhood that's full of single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and row homes. The problems that we discussed at the zoning committee meeting, which I just want to take note real quick, that at the zoning committee, it got passed because we as residents were told that there's a chance that this could end up being a 15-story building if this fell through. With the new zoning requirements, we know that this would only be 5 stories with the potential of up to 7 if affordability requirements are met. So if we would have known that at the time, we as residents would have given a hard no, and I firmly believe that the zoning committee would have not approved this. The problems that we discussed in that meeting included the increased traffic on Hamlet, diminished access to the surrounding streets for residents, changes in the sunlight, as was mentioned, that we do think will impact the gardens that neighbors have cultivated over decades for some of them. Environmental concerns, pedestrian and cyclist safety, which we think is a really big deal because this property sits between 2 daycares and an elementary school and a city park. So there's a lot of especially kids who are walking and on bikes, and with 200 more cars driving through here, we're really concerned about the safety of especially our children. And lastly, we're just, we think this doesn't fit with the scale and character of the existing neighborhood. So what we're asking is that anything that would be developed on this site would be in line with current and future zoning, which is 5 stories, no more than 5 stories, unless affordability requirements are met as per the new zoning requirements that will probably be in effect in 60 days. We're a neighborhood that really highly values affordable housing, and so we don't want to allow a variance for more density if we're not getting any affordable housing out of this. We know we need more zoning in the city, but we need the right housing, and that includes affordability, and we need that secured in perpetuity. We are okay with density as a neighborhood. As has been stated, University District is the densest neighborhood in Columbus, and I would bet that this part of University District is probably more dense and more economically and racially integrated than any other part of the city. It's a beautiful space that we want to preserve. Within about a half-mile radius of this property, there are 1,800 new units that have either come online in the past year or 2 or are slated to come on. That's a lot. We are pro-density, but we are pro-smart density that gives neighbors something that they need in return for development. So we respectfully ask all the commissioners to vote no for the variances on this property. Thank you.
Okay, in favor would be Carmelo Armenta.
Good evening. My name's Carmelo. I've been a renter in the neighborhood for 5 years, living on 5th and High, so just very close to where this will be. And been a part of Wyland Park beautification and linear cleanup that during that time as well. Rents have increased yearly since moving here, and since Columbus is growing, we need more housing. More housing creates more places for people to live and move into, and stops the rising rent costs. I appreciate the changes done to the building from them being lighter, from being dark and dull and uninteresting. They allow a lot more they are a lot more pedestrian friendly and allow for more beauty. As a young person who would like to stay in Columbus and working in the nonprofit, without more housing to mitigate the cost of rent, I don't know if I can afford to live here. I adjunct and I work in the nonprofit. It's not affordable without more housing. And living on 5th and High, I know that near this is a bunch of empty storefronts, and more people will allow for these storefronts to become usable. And I want more places to walk to bike to, and to go to in my neighborhood. We should be building an urban environment that is active and interesting, and this building supports that kind of environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to opposed, Tom Rebon.
Good evening. I would like to yield my time if I may. And so if I could have those letters of opposition, could they be read aloud that you've received?
Well, we are already we only have one, and it will be.
Okay.
But we do have another opposed if you wanted to.
There should be 2 more opposed. So Lauren, I'll yield to Lauren then.
Well, who was the other one that you're aware of?
Mr. Chamberlain.
I already put him in for the other guy.
So I'm good?
Yeah, so you didn't write a letter, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you're just yielding to.
Yes.
Okay.
I can do that. Thanks.
All right, in that case, would be Maxwell Chamberlain. Opposed. Yeah. Hold on a minute until he's ready. Mr. Chamberlain, carry on when you're ready.
Okay, I'm sort of abridged my opinion that I feel like.
You can talk into the microphone.
I misread the room, so I'm gonna cut this down a little bit.
You can also take that out of. No, you won't put it out.
All right, here we go. How we doing, everybody?
Yeah, just about an inch away.
So my concern is cramming hundreds of new renters into 186 new units in a new building that literally blocks out the sun is not progress, and it's certainly not a good look for the Geist Company. But obviously, that's not the concern of the Geist Company, who has stated time and time again that 186 units, they need to have 7 stories at 186 units in order for this to be profitable. That is not the fault of the residents in Wyland Park. And currently, there will be a 5-story restriction put in place unless there is affordable housing involved. That's all I want to say. This is not our fault that it's not affordable. It's just not. It's not profitable. That's not my problem. That's your problem. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. In favor, Michael Wilkos. Hold on a minute until he's ready.
Great, thank you. Good evening, my name is Michael Wilkos. I live at 218 East 9th Avenue. I'm here this evening to voice my support for the proposed Wyland Apartments by Geist. I've lived in Wyland Park for 16 years. I'm a homeowner and a landlord, as many of you know, a former commissioner. There are 28 bedrooms on the quarter block in which I live. We have 0 parking, and it's been fine for 16 years.
I was part of the community process with Geis. I appreciate how they listened to resident feedback, making the building brighter with more active ground floor uses and interaction with the street. The retail is appropriately sized, the height and density are right for this corner. Additionally, this area is served by a business improvement district where this building will significantly contribute funds to cleanliness, beautification, and safety. It will bring energy to Fifth Avenue. It is the city traffic engineers, not this developer, that is preventing one of the most important changes to this project around vehicular access. The residents of Hamlet and the developer are in alignment on what's right for access. Hamlet is an incredibly special street, and it does need to be protected. That issue notwithstanding, we do need more housing in Columbus, and desperately so. And I want to take a broader view on that. In my professional role, I chair the board of the Continuum of Care, which is the entire system that distributes federal dollars into our city for the shelter housing system. It's a $70 million system that is struggling daily around the housing needs of people in our region. The number one issue in our region is the lack of housing. Last year, we had a record number of evictions. So far this year, we're running 11% ahead of the all-time high. As recently as 2015, we could get people who lost their housing rehoused in 19 days. That is now taking 109 days. We are out of housing after years of people saying no to housing. We're now out of compliance with the federal government in getting people rehoused in Central Ohio. People experiencing homelessness who are unsheltered jumped 46% last year, and the shelter system reports in absence of housing at all price points, the regional vacancy rate is now 3.6%. Monday night, I walked High Street for a 1 mile stretch at about 11 o'clock at night and saw 14 people sleeping on the sidewalk. Many of those people would prefer to be in housing. Rents have jumped 56% in 6 years. Home values are up 42% in 36 months. We need housing desperately, and in 2023, housing construction fell 19%. Carmenton and Wexner Medical Center's expansion will add 17,000 additional jobs to our neighborhood, and it would be great for as many people as possible to walk, scooter, and take other forms of transportation to get to work. Every time someone says it's too tall, it's too dense, it doesn't have enough parking, housing costs go up. The system gets more strained. We need a pro-housing agenda, and we need a pro-housing vote tonight. Simply put, a housing unit is where a job goes at night. I thank you for this opportunity. This housing is right, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, which would be our third opposed, would be Lauren Jones. If you could wait till he's ready for you.
Ms. Jones, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. My name is Lauren Jones. I live at 1210 Hamlet Street, backs onto the development. I'm a professor at OSU and I am an economist. I love all the discussion of supply and demand here and the relationship with rental prices. So very exciting conversation. So I'm here today to voice my opposition to the proposed variances. I also want to acknowledge the excellent communication we've had with the development team. Really appreciate their responsiveness, and my opposition has nothing to do with them in particular. Rather, my opposition has to do with the very unique features of this site, specifically concerning traffic flow, which make it a very difficult place to develop. Those difficulties were discussed at length in the zoning commission. I'm not going to go into the details here. And the development team has gone to lengths to address them. However, as they mentioned in their presentation, a lot of the items they would need to do in order for the concerns to be addressed are outside of their control. They're with traffic management, and they expressed to us that the early responses from traffic management were not kind of favorable. So because of that, that means there's a bit of a gamble happening in the development of this site. And it's a gamble that, if it doesn't turn out well, the residents are going to bear the downside. We're going to have to deal with the traffic issues on our street. You've heard previously that we have 2 childcares, we have an elementary school, and we have a local park. So it's a big gamble that we're taking if we allow an increasingly dense a property to be developed on this site. given there's so much uncertainty, I can't support something that is going to increase the density on this site. I would support a development of 5 stories. I don't see a reason to support a development of 7 stories, given the unique features of this site. And I also want to address quickly the concerns that we've heard from renters and other folks from the community supporting the development of denser space in order to keep rents low. I support that. I understand the concerns about rent increases, but adding these specific units is not going to change the rental prices in Wineland Park. What would change the rental prices in Wineland Park is having a development that includes an affordability requirement, which is what, after reviewing the zoning plans, is what we will be facing for zoning rules on that site in the coming months. So we would be able to have, the new zoning rules would require 5 stories like we have now. If we were to go to 7 story, we would have a 20% affordability requirement. That would actually create affordable units in our community. New units, yes, building new units will slow the rent growth in our city, but it's not going to reduce the rent in Wineland Park. Only the new affordability requirements will. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the moment in time that we are aligned with the process. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Sorry, still trying to get my hotspot going.
Oh, I've got the email from Craig Starr.
Yeah.
I mean, you have it in email, so we can add it 2 minutes later, so I'll just read it aloud. Yeah. So, dear commissioners, I oppose any variance for Geist Companies to build a 7-story building on the Beer Barn site, also known as the 200 East Fifth Avenue project. Being a homeowner and having enjoyed 27 years of an improving neighborhood, to allow such a massive, tall, and unsightly building with hyper-dense 186 units housing would deteriorate the gains we have made in this area. It would be discouraging for the children to see the Walmartification of housing and dramatically increase pedestrian danger for the children with the excessive cut-through traffic. Granting the variance request would destroy the feeling of 1200 block of Hamlet Street of being a quiet little pocket characterized by most visitors as delightful and unique, a neighborhood with real character, a gem within the urban sprawl. Sure, we need the site redeveloped, but not in such a greedy, tall, and outlandishly dense way. Please deny the variances that would ruin our peaceful enjoyment of our little hamlet. Regards, Craig Starr.
That was the only email one on that case.
Mr. Starr, I am pasting that verbatim into the record.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to governance for our.
So we're going to handle this the exact same way we handled the other case. And so to not misconstrue or make any misunderstanding, what we're doing is the motion before us is the motion that was passed at committee, which is for a certain number of variances. As they summarized for us, there are, I'm sorry, because I printed this in black and white on this one. So the 2 that are going away are the height districts, and then the ones that are being added are parking, but it's not number of parking spaces. It's about the, thank you. It's about the dimensions of the parking spaces as he mentioned. So we will do a vote, but it's to vote that yes is a vote down of the current motion, and then we will need a motion and a second of the new variance to move forward with commissioner discussion.
Can I say something? In the interest of consistency, you said the new vote yes is to vote down. I know we just vote straight yes or no.
Did I say that? I meant I flipped that. Sorry. I just confused myself.
The same as.
In an effort to not confuse anybody, I'm confusing everybody.
Right, most voted down, right? One moment, please.
Yeah.
on it's the same on the floor, it's the same motion that we have to cancel the other person's meeting. We can't cancel the zoning.
Again, I appreciate everyone's patience.
Stacy, are you regretting taking the position?
I'm fine, it's completely enjoyable, it's not problematic, think of where else I'd like to go.
Okay, folks. The language I have for this particular vote, clearly state, similar to the language from the last procedural vote. Second here, okay. I just have commissioner votes on variances from the zoning committee in this particular case. Everybody in agreement, understand? Okay, Jorge Colombo Acosta.
No.
No.
Because we're voting on it.
Oh, right. Jorge says no. Diane on attendance. Mike Brown. Eric East, no. Jerry Davis. No. Deb Gallagher. No. Hughes, Darwin, not attendance. Seth Gould, no. Joel Hogan, not attendance. Mike Kalmeyer.
No.
Hugh, Tyler Lujan, not attendance. Keith Kelly, not attendance. Demetrius Moore Saunders.
No.
Got it. Juan Sellers.
No.
Hugh, Tislet. Radio Hostauer. No. Steve Walker, not attendance. Tom Wilder. No. Thank you, sir. Yes, 11 no's. 0 yeses. Not passed. All right. Now we gotta have a second vote. Correct?
We have-
Motion, one moment, let me get the, you guys do that, I will get the.
Well, and then we're gonna move to commissioner discussion, then we still have the.
Yeah.
So do I make the motion? Yeah, okay.
I move to approve the following variances for the project located at 200 East Fifth Avenue. Variance 13356.03C4 permitted uses to allow a total of 6 residential dwelling units on the ground floor. Variance 23325.223 building height standard to allow a building height of 85 feet and 0 inches and waive rear setback requirements were required when exceeding 35 feet. Variance 33312.49 parking. Request for a variance to allow the excess parking provided on property B to satisfy the parking requirements of property A. Variance 3312.29 referencing 3312.09 parking. Request for a variance to allow for a minimum of 2-way drive aisle width for 90-degree parking of 17 feet and 4 inches within the structured parking garage in the building located on property B. Variance 3312.09 parking. Request for a variance to allow for a minimum parking space dimension of 8 feet by 18 feet within the structured parking garage in the building located on property B. Variance 3321.05 vision clearance. Request for a variance to waive the requirement for a 10-foot vision triangle at the northeasternmost point of property B. Variance 3356.05 allowed use. Request for a variance to waive the ground floor commercial requirement along at least on property frontage. Variance 3325.213 FAR standards to allow an FAR of 3.9, and variance 93325.241 subsection D building design standards to reduce the area requirement of clear or non-tinted glass on a primary building frontage from 60% to 20%, and additionally waive the requirement for the pattern of window glass continuing a minimum distance of 10 feet along a secondary frontage.
No, a second.
Initiation,
Okay.
and then Lori seconded.
And now we'll pick up back into the process.
So now we will do commissioner discussion. And we'll start with you, Michael.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, you want to keep track of the questions and
everyone address me.
Okay, you ready? To actually have people from Wyland Park show up against this is saying something, because they usually come out and support most of the projects because they've already met with the developers. So to actually have people here from Wyland Park against this says a lot. Number two, this will not solve the homeless problem. Proper housing, affordable housing will solve the homeless problem. So that concept is strange. Well, it's too bad the former project that was supposed to be here didn't get built, because it was much better. Not nearly as big. It fit the property. It wasn't that pretty, but it would have worked much better. I don't know what happened with it, but that's too bad. Kind of agree with residents. This is just too big. I guess that's it.
Thank you, Michael. Demetrius,
I-
who is the Wyland Park Commissioner as this
Yeah.
go on?
I kind of second what Michael said, and my daughter went to Wyland Park too as well. And walking around the neighborhood, I talked to a lot of neighbors that stopped me during the time when I was supposed to be doing other stuff, but there's no trouble, y'all. I know I'm a busy guy. But with that being said, they stopped me because they were so concerned with this building being built. We have multiple apartments in that area. We have one that was built multiple on Grant. There's one that's still in construction right now that's on 5th that creates a traffic jam every single day. So that raises a concern with the possibility of a building being built there. What kind of congestion do we run into with so much density in that area that's already dense, along with a lot of people who frequently go to 4th Street and Summit to go to other areas, and they make it even more dense with the parking and trying to get to other restaurants. So with that being said, it is very concerning on the height, and hearing a lot of the residents that are against it, and also hearing that there are residents that would be for it if there was affordable housing.
Thank you. Deb?
I'm concerned, like Demetrius, I'm concerned about the traffic issue, especially there when we approved so much other stuff growing up in that neighborhood, and being so close to the schools and the park and the daycare. I just have a concern about the size of the building.
Go on.
Again, height of the building, definitely commuting traffic, again, schools nearby. We have a laundry list of these buildings that have been built in that area alone. And for me, it's just like, why would we need another one when the ones that are there are still being built and they're not full? You guys say you want to have travel and commute through 6th Avenue. You guys have to realize that 6th Avenue is split. There's a park, and a park that's set between that. So there's only 2 ways you can get to 6th Avenue, going south, and some that are going north on 4th Street. So again, you're congesting everything that's already right there at 4th and 5th. So I'm not in favor of this project being built there because of the mess that it's going to create with commuting. Not only for people just passing by, people walking, people biking, kids going to school, school buses going by, the speed limit and all that. It's just going to create a massive mess. And then you're just hiding the community in people's backyards. I'm not for that.
All right.
I mean, I think the fact that this is a completely sort of desolate lot presents, of course, a very promising opportunity if it's done intentionally, if it's done right. And I really firmly believe that the people who have lived experience and speak to that know best. And the fact that so many folks came out tonight with really substantive, nuanced points as to the concerns that they have brought up things for me. And when I look at your circulation plan, given the location of the school and the daycares, I don't see anything here that seems to abate traffic or that seems to allow for more pedestrian paths. I mean, along here, you only have it on one side. And while there's a connection between the two buildings, I just have concerns about folks who are trying to walk or bike from one side to the other, being able to have full access to the neighborhood in which they ostensibly live. So for those reasons, I'm skeptical at the moment. So I'd love to hear more about what you think regarding that. Thanks.
Tim?
You were very adamant at wanting a vote at the zoning committee. In terms of hearing the concerns of the neighbors, I was dubious about that, but I complied with your request for a vote and voted yes to move it along, but said that my support would now, this evening, would depend on the response of the neighbors. I'm pleased you had a town meeting. I, however, am not hearing more consensus and support for this from the neighbors that we heard at the committee level. So I guess my request to you is for you to speak to that issue of what happened at the town meeting versus what, and the fact that we are now hearing the same response from neighbors as before.
Lori?
It's probably not going to be a surprise from what others have said, is that you're in a very unique situation with that park and with the school and with Fifth Avenue suddenly becoming such a node. I'm not against densities, and I want to stress the fact that I believe the community has really answered, has felt that you are sympathetic to what they're saying and that you've been trying to work with them. You seem to be very open, and you're trying to come to some conclusions that will make a happy ending. So unlike other developers who you suddenly say, you know, maybe this is the wrong fit for you, I just wish that some of these other issues could be satisfied. I am delighted the neighborhood is concerned about affordability because the balance of Wyland Park is so unique that I think only the neighbors can give that kind of feedback. You should let us know that the balance is tipping perhaps.
Jeremy?
I heard loud and clear from the neighbors, their concerns, as well as the commentary and support of the project. I think there were a few key things that I picked up on. One of them, and I don't know a different way to describe this, so I mean no disrespect to anybody, but the feeling of a bait and switch from, you know, well, if we don't pass this, you're going to get a 15-story building. I just want to understand the context of that from your perspective. Like, what, I mean, was that said, or is that what was the thought process behind that? Because that clearly is not ever going to happen here. And I'm just curious about what it would take to bring affordable housing into this to mitigate some of the concerns of the residents, because like we've said, when the housing code eventually passes, which it will, it's going to be for 5 stories plus 2 if you bring affordable housing into the equation.
Okay, a lot of the residents mentioned all the other huge buildings. We had a previous commissioner that was for huge buildings, and I always heard that Wyland Park loves these, the civic center. So as far as the 15 stories, the applicant never said. I did say with what the city's proposing, the applicant was working with, I guess it is 5 stories. Even at 5 stories, you don't know what the next applicant will be willing to do with traffic, et cetera. I like the way they did work with the neighborhood. I haven't seen any cooperation like that so quickly in all my years on zoning. With the 5 stories, maybe if they tabled it and took off a story, maybe that might make the neighbors happy, I'm not sure. Eric?
Echoing the others, not wasting anybody's time, I am just curious, given that the city's coming in, and that's been mentioned, if it were to drop a story or 2, would you take out some of the parking to accommodate that and still get your affordability, still get your bottom line somewhat met? I'm not an architect, so I can't speak to any of those constraints. But from a layman's look at that, it seems to come closer to the neighbors are concerned about. The nuances that Jorge mentioned, I think is very important. I think those probably came out of your meetings with them. As far as, it seems some of the neighbors were amenable to a 5-story structure. If that be the case, is there compromise there? Is there still a possibility of compromise in lowering some of that height and that density? And obviously, I also listened to a friend and father who lives a block away with small children. You know, and that, actually, 2 friends and 2 fathers with children, that speaks very highly to me about safety.
Mr. Wilder. 45 to 85 feet is a blatant disregard of university area guidelines that we work with developers to develop. So you're doubling what we're asking for, so that should be one reason why we build this down. Another one that we certainly should be building this down for is reducing the vision clearance on the corner of 2 very busy streets. In the planning committee, we are discussing nonstop about the vast increase of accidents that are happening all across the university district, and it's vast. And if we reduce the visibility of 10 foot, my personal opinion, it should be 30-foot vision clearance on such a major intersection. You're trying to get rid of just the 10 foot. What this means is pedestrian traffic, those with strollers, people with bicycles, motorcycles, cars and buses are not going to be able to see each other as they approach that corner. You're going to find more accidents. I also wanted to address what Wyland Park is getting more and more gentrified. It is not more diverse, it is less diverse from what it used to be. And the reason is affordability. The people who used to live there used to be able to afford it, and now they're all being put out on the street. And to go to your point, Mr. Wilkos, you said homeless on the streets.
Yeah, Councilman,
I'll come back to you, Wilkos.
Okay, with that, we will go another round.
Yeah, can I just give my time to Tom?
He was on the roll, you might as
The reason why
well.
you have homeless on the street in that area 15 in a row is they used to live in the housing there because it's affordable. And they've all been pushed out of their housing because these high risers are increasing rents so vast they can't afford it. Finally, hardship, you know, if you build a building half as big as it is, then it's half the building materials. Hardship is a BS argument. I also have one last thing, and I hope I can fit it in here. You know, as far as built, we have all these apartment buildings are being built. This one right here is half empty, and 70% of what is there is Airbnb. The city down here has nothing but apartments, and they only have like 5 or 6 tenants inside that. You go anywhere up and down High Street where these new high-rises, they keep saying we need more housing. It's wrong. We need less housing. We have too much already. Where you need housing is where the development is happening for jobs out in the outer belt. Quit causing inflation.
Okay, Eric? Good.
He took it all, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, once again, I do think that area is saturated with behemoths due to the fact that we had, I was always under the impression that Wyland Park would reject nothing. So I'm sort of shocked, to be honest. But I will point out we did have pretty much as many for as against. I mean, I don't want to, so I just want to keep it fair and balanced, and would like to, if I think if we can come down a little bit, we might have might cut some other costs, perhaps. Maybe everyone could, it could be a win-win, because I do think the applicant really did work and has worked with the neighborhood and the traffic and sunlight study. So.
Yeah, I would, Seth clarified before me the comment about the 15 stories, so I understand how that came into play here. So I feel like you almost, as developers, have a dream situation here where you have neighborhoods, people who are interested in something being built there, but are just asking for a compromise. It's not often that you have that level of interest in wanting to work with you. And to echo the sentiment of one of our prior zoning chairs, Susan Keeney, she oftentimes would suggest that developers go back and find a compromise. And sometimes it felt like that wasn't possible. It doesn't seem like that's the situation here as far as I can tell. So I would hope that there might still be a path to a project that everybody could be happy with in this instance.
Nothing new to add that has been said.
Tim?
That's okay.
Jorge?
I was gonna say, there's something to be said about the fact that people came here being against, but with a compromise point. And I think that those points are really valid. And I want to echo Tom's point about the variance for Vision Triangle, because I'm a cyclist, I regularly use Ford, and I'm regularly, pardon my French, scared shitless for my life on Ford. And so this, I don't see how this would make me or any other cyclist feel safer. And I will reiterate my points regarding traffic abatement here. I don't feel convinced that this is safe for the children and the families of the area. So just even for the Vision Triangle variance alone, I'm still dubious. So I'd love to hear what you are willing to compromise on to make this project happen. Because I think everybody wants it to happen, right? But it's a matter of it being the right project at the right time for the neighborhood.
Wyman Park Commissioner Lon Selder.
As a person that's lived in that area, community, neighborhood, all terms for 42 years now, since my existence, my own entire existence, I not only care about my family, I care about everybody that lives in that community. And if you can do better with lessening height and making it easier for commuting and all that, then I would agree a little bit more to go for it. But honestly, I'm really fed up with seeing a lot of these buildings being built. I feel like these new developers do not consider the residents who are there. Not only speaking for the travel path you guys come up with, but the people that live in Hamlin. These streets are divided between the area that's set between them. So you're not realizing the mass hysteria you're going to cause with that. So you guys can come up with a better model or something to compromise to help ease the pain that we're going to have to go through looking at another eyesore, then maybe I would be reluctant to agree with this. But right now, I just can't see it. I mean, we need affordable housing. We need to be safe.
Deb Gallagher.
Thank you. I know one of the things you've obviously thought of, when I'm looking at this, you see all these high rises here, and you've also included the Beaker and the Aubrey in here. But when these were approved, I think it's because this is closer to the interstate. I mean, it's not getting in deeply into the neighborhood. So by approving this one, it's kind of like an outlier as far as I see, as far as height and density and the whole traffic pattern. I mean, Fifth Avenue is our boundary for the University District. And between Hudson and Fifth Avenue, all we've got are wrecks and accidents and people hit and bicyclists hit. I mean, we've been doing a study, as Tom mentioned, in the planning committee, that, it started out as Nightmare on Hudson, and then it moved to Nightmare on Fifth. But, it's a very, very dangerous place. I mean, I live on Lane Avenue, I come down Summit, and it scares me to death when I get to Fifth. I'll stop like half a block back if I'm the first one in line, just to make sure I don't get any throwback.
That's time.
I have nothing that wouldn't be said again or reiterated from everybody else. We had 2 discussions about buildings and the heights and everything like that, and I'm pretty sure everybody's been in this room with those 2 discussions. So
Nothing new.
Okay. So with that, we have 10 minutes to rebut or make sure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the robust discussion. I'll touch on a few points and let Brandon do the same. As it relates to affordable housing, obviously that's a discussion that's a nuanced topic. It's a sensitive topic. It's frankly a subjective topic because everybody has a different definition of how they characterize affordable housing. We as, developers and investors and long-term holders, I want to make sure that's clear. While we are from Cleveland, I'm from Cleveland, my partner's from Cleveland, we have developed and held everything, and we intend to do that here. And we feel as though we've shown a willingness to work with the community, and that maintains to be the case. As it relates to affordability, when we look at it, we look at how it's defined from, various sources. And the best one we can come up with is the federal government provides affordable housing metrics for every metropolitan area. And in the city of Columbus, they define affordable housing at 100% AMI or less to be for one bedroom, and this was just released for 2024, $1,938 a month. And for a studio, $1,810. So again, subjective, and I understand that. That being said, this project already has 33% to be assumed to be at or below that level. So this isn't the Taj Mahal. We're not designing it to be the Taj Mahal. We're not looking for it to be outlandish outside of its surroundings, outside of the adjacent neighbors. So I want to make sure that it's clear that we did take that into account. In addition, we will be contributing into the Affordable Housing Fund as set forth through the CRA policy, which is, again, when we look at an opportunity in any market, we look at what tools are available to us, what requirements there are, and what options we have, and make a decision therein to do so, which is what we did here relative to the affordable housing discussion. As it relates to the zoning code timing, there's been a lot of discussion to that. These projects take a very long time to conceptualize, to come to materialize in public engagement. And we started this process almost a year ago to this point, really the public process, going back into later last year, at which point the zoning code to us was something that might have been mentioned or something that was a whisper. In Cleveland, it took 2 years to get through their new zoning code. So we as developers and owners cannot necessarily hang our hat on that as we're evaluating a site. We can only utilize the information as it's presented to us at that point, which is what led us to the scheme that we have here. We did, look at, precedent projects nearby, of course, on Fifth Avenue. We looked at the variances that were granted there. The previous project that was proposed by the Likens Group, 5 stories, it did not move forward. I can't speak exactly why it did not move forward, but it did not move forward, and they elected to, in turn, try to sell this property. I can tell you that that was at a time that's frankly more favorable to development relative to interest rates and costs. It's only gotten harder. I can tell you that for us to make economic sense with this scheme, 7 stories is what we determined to be feasible. I will say that I fully appreciate the comments related to safety, traffic issues, and all those items. I do think and hope, and we've seen this in some projects in Cleveland, that the reliance on the car is not as emphasized or in reality when these projects are delivered. I can give one example in the Little Italy neighborhood of Cleveland that we completed. It was 50-unit property. We wanted to build 50 parking spaces. We were pushed by the neighborhood in a negotiation. We delivered 70. We leased up the building to be full. Less than half of the parking spaces were used. I think that there is truly more and more people that are relying on other modes of transportation, and I can state with certainty that the car reliance will go down in the future and not go up. So I'll cede some time here to Brandon. So thank you.
So again, I want to stress the importance of full disclosure, full transparency. I think from our perspective, our company's been in business for 56 years. Michael was actually used to work with us, and then became a self-developer, and now is one of our favorite clients. We engage with the neighborhoods and the residents. The first meeting I gave my business card, my email, my phone number, my cell phone to every one of these residents who wanted it. I made myself accessible because it was important to us to hear them, to listen to them, to understand. Some of the things, unfortunately, I have to say, the limited time you have to present, you can't present a building and a project this big and hit all these nuances, and things get caught. The 15-story discussion, this vision triangle, I pulled this plan up here very specifically. The reason that there's a 15-foot vision or 10-foot vision triangle issue is 2 things. One, because we're asking for variances, the city of Columbus said, guys, guess what? You're giving us land. We are taking your right of way. You see those 2 bold lines? The bold lines on 4th Street and 5th Street are our new property lines, okay? The one that was at the curb line is the current existing line. The developer here is giving up almost 25 to 20% of his land because the city feels it's right for the right taking to expand their right of way, okay? So now the vision triangles get pushed back to the building. So that, unfortunately, is why that is. All of the vision triangles, including the new access out to 5th, all are compliant. The only one that isn't compliant presently is the one-way access out of 4th Street. Again, us trying to compromise with the residents and neighbors, okay? Personally, I don't really think that that exit point really does much of anything for the property. I think that that's the same congestion point that goes on the 4th from 6th Avenue. And if that goes away, that variance goes away. Again, we were trying to do everything. I think the statement kept going compromise, compromise, compromise. I've never seen a project that I've personally worked on where a developer has been willing enough to allow the design team to basically try to compromise in every which way that we can. And I think all the residents even made a comment that said, we really do appreciate your work and how hard you have. We want to build this. We want this to be something. We've offered actually our amenity areas to the Civic Association to hold and host meetings for their monthly meetings and quarterly meetings, so that when this is built, it's something that they can enjoy and partake in. It's not just a private building. Some of the other comments, diversification. I'm gonna stress diversification. As Michael said, 33% of the units are at 100% or less AMI. Another large portion, I think it's 20%, are less than 80% AMI. Okay, when you commit to affordability, lending institutions become really scared and nervous, and in a very fragile marketplace as we are today, where interest rates are soaring, equity sides are needing to flourish, there's challenges when you lock in and say, and you commit on it, write and sign on the bottom line. That's why we have not been, broadcasting those rents and those aspects, is because of the fact that it makes financing very challenging. But the way we create that affordability is through diversification. And what I'm saying in that is we have unique unit sizes in this. Over 33% of our units in this building are studios, 1-bedroom efficiencies or 2-bedroom efficiencies, which aren't typical usually. We have 960 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units in this building to allow for that affordability to hit at a 2-bedroom point. Most developers will immediately say, I have a studio for you. That's what I'm going to give you. Or I have a 1-bedroom. We are having 2-bedroom efficiency units that hit that metric. We also have normal market rate sizes of 700, 750, and 1100. I want to state that we do not disagree one bit with the Hamlet residents and neighbors. Tim, you made a comment that you said, I don't understand the push. I'll tell you why the push is. It's a purchase sales agreement time limit. We have to hit marks along the way to get to breaking ground and construction. We have done nothing but roll up our sleeves and sit at the table with the residents, and we'll work with the residents. The pushback is coming from traffic management. Traffic management said, we can't approve this like this right now. But maybe if you get the residents with you on your back and you guys collaborate, we can maybe agree to that. Originally, this project, as Michael said, we started this project in August. We originally combined this parcel. We were looking at trying to vacate 6th Avenue and basically create a new 6th Avenue to the right of this building. So it was one block of buildings, and we would keep all the traffic to the right side. It was rejected in a pre-app. We reevaluated. They agreed to this, I'll call it bridge encroachment, to connect these two buildings and create these two parcels. We are trying, like we can, every single day to try to appease and work and collaborate with the residents. It's what we stress. It's what we believe. Again, we want to be good neighbors because he's owning this building forever. That's his intention. This is a building for his grandkids, for his kids. And we want to ensure that, we are a resident, we are a neighbor. And again, that's a big reason why we made space and provision in the ground floor amenity space for the residents to be able to host meetings and other aspects. And we collaborate with that. Just because we're asking for a vote and approval doesn't mean this process is done. This project is a 2-year construction process from this point forward, finishing design, going through permitting, and then building. We are committed to working and staying as a neighbor and a resident with the group, working through these kind of things, that nuances that need to happen. We're just saying is that, listen, I can provision for these one-way exits. I can petition councilmen. I'll be happy to attend every meeting with the resident to be able to fight that fight. But we need to get to that next step. We need to know that this is our project to fight for, right, with that process. The Sun study kind of keeps getting brought up. Again, we provided that Sun study that shows that this building does not make any hindrance on those Hamlet neighbors. Lastly, we can only control what we can control. We're agreeing to keep all of our residents, all of our cars off of 6th Avenue. And then last comment, and I swear it's just quick, and please, if you could just appease me. We submitted a traffic report, which didn't get talked about because of the rush of how this gets prevented. That traffic report states that there is a significant traffic problem on 6th Avenue and Hamlet. It recognizes that. It's there. But that traffic report also recognizes the fact that this development is a minimal impact to further burdening any issue. And it's scientific fact. It's through International Transportation Engineers Society. We submitted that report to it. And at the end of the day, there's 82 trips in the morning and 112 trips in the afternoon to this project. If you put a strip center in here, if you put other uses on this property, it will become significantly more traffic, in and out traffic. I understand. Again, we've been sitting here, we're the last on the agenda for 2 nights in a row. I'm stressing this because of the fact of the importance of this project, to move it and to work with you guys. We want to be residents, okay? We want to be with you guys. We want to work with you guys. And it's not just a developer saying it. I mean, I've missed my child's sports events so that I could take town halls. I get it. I get it.
Us too. My kids are up till 10:30 on school nights that we're doing here, so.
Okay, well, with that, would you like a vote or?
He has to have a vote. We have to vote. Because we already did everything. So there's no asking.
Yeah. So we will do.
No,
we
already did.
Okay. Jorge Claudio Vaz.
At this time, no.
Jean Dyer, not present. The recognition of all communication, I still have to listen to the neighbors and go with their concerns on what they know. Jeremy Gaddis.
Yes.
Deb Gallagher.
No.
Justin Garland is not present. Seth Golding.
Say yes.
Terrell Hogan is not here. Michael Kellmeyer.
No.
Tyler Littlejohn is not present. David Deb is not present. Demetrius Morris Saunders.
No.
Lawan Sellers.
No.
Tim Sublette.
As I said at the zoning committee meeting, I vote would depend on a change in the consensus and agreement with the neighbors, which I haven't seen, so I'll put it no.
Doreen Hassan.
No.
Steve Walter is not present. Tom Wildman. No. Okay, votes stand at this point. No abstentions. 2 yes, 9 no. Motion does not pass.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the zoning portion. Oh, wait, 2 more pages.
We actually had 5.
Patterson, Court.
We're returning to our agenda, so if you have private conversations, take them outside, please, and we're gonna go down after zoning. Hello? Take private conversations outside.
Outside, if you're not staying for the rest of the meeting,
Thank you for exiting if you have a private conversation. And any change will be returned to you in case you accidentally left them sleeping under the table. They do get credit in government class now, don't they? I just want to make sure as a teacher here, it's giving you credit. And
We'll write it down.
And take it. I am going to assume, in the effort to move the agenda along, that most of the committee chairs have either filed their report, thank you, Michael, and or will be filing their report from their last meeting, with the exception of just one, and that is we need to probably use the time in May to have the election committee meet. And in talking with Jeremy, we were thinking probably the time would be before the governance committee to let people know they're signed up for the governance committee. But you'll see that in an email coming out. But unless I hear something different, I'm assuming that governance, planning, and community relations are all okay right now.
Sure.
Right? Okay. Public comment announcements, we have none that have not already been part of the agenda. We're going to do a quick run around of district concerns, and then knowing that there is no change, I believe, from Seth on the treasurer's report, because the city is still working through that. And then we can adjourn after that. So quickly, under district concerns, Michael,
Nothing.
anything coming up? Nothing, okay.
Nothing.
That was easy.
Yeah, I don't have-
It sounds like good motivation.
You know you have a show somewhere.
Oh, I do have a show this weekend at Mad Lab.
Oh, what are you doing there?
Yeah, Prodigal Father. We're doing Prodigal Father
wow.
1 at the Lincoln Theater. It is a remix.
Oh,
So
okay.
it is a remix, and I will make sure to send out the information too as well, email. So I've been on a
Definitely
trip
worth
for
seeing.
last week, so, yeah.
Thank you. Deb, anything?
I would like to ask the governance committee to address the issue of considering zoning cases that have not actually been approved by the zoning committee. I think we spent a lot of extra time tonight, even though we had planned on having a late meeting, because 2 of the cases weren't as advised. I mean, it had to go through all that stuff, even if we were doing it faster because we knew what we were doing. That's still unacceptable to me. I mean, we have a zoning committee for that reason. What was the big hurry that they come and, we have to go through all this crap without having zoning committee approval? I mean, they should go back to zoning if they've got changes and come to us the next month. I mean, this is just totally unacceptable. The group before this didn't even have any type of things for us to look at and didn't even go through their whole slide presentation. I mean, I've got no idea what that building looks like, what it looks like on the lot, nothing. I mean, I think this is just ridiculous. And I want something done about it, either by zoning or by the governance committee when we meet next month.
I think your point is well taken, but please remember that these things also go before the review board. We are voting on the variances, so we don't vote on the design of the building.
I know, but I'm just saying you don't even know where, I didn't even see what I was looking most on here when I made my comments was where it sat on the lot according to the other buildings that were around it. So I didn't get to, I wasn't looking at what the building looked like. I wasn't saying, well, you need to put more balconies on it or change where this is or plant another tree on the corner. We were talking about vision sites for drive-in. We were talking about, where it was and what was there. I mean, so I'm not saying I want to, redo what the UIRB does or our letters are anymore. But I think, we need to have some type of paperwork in front of us as to what they actually are talking about. Not that we just read the codes off and say, well, they don't want to do this code, but they want to do this code. They don't want to do this one, but they want to do that one. And I even
High
looked,
Street there, which one were you talking?
the High Street, we didn't have anything.
Yeah, I agree there.
We used to get this info.
I looked back
We
at the
did.
zoning meeting to see if I could pull it up online, because a lot of times Jeremy would attach those to the zoning meeting.
Okay,
And there wasn't
we
anything
can
even
answer-
there for us.
We can answer some of that. I'm not sure this is the appropriate place to try to go into a lot of detail.
No, I'm saying I want the
No,
zoning
no, but I was
zoning
gonna
or
say the
government to
zoning
deal with it.
application was not complete, and we were given actually some advice from the city to go ahead and hear that one, because the last 2 cases we've heard are literally in the pipeline. And they know what the city knows, that we know this is all coming. And that's one of the reasons they were pushing to get, not the first case, but the second case, to get this through the area commission, whatever we voted on, because they were already up against the pipeline and had been in there for a while.
And that's not my fault.
It's not, no. but
I'm just saying, I
sometimes-
don't think we should accommodate all the
Sometimes
developers.
these things are not our fault. Not if you're getting advice from the city attorney and.
Well,
the
we
Department of
might as well just be like the council is. You listen to stuff and you just say yes anyway. Go on with the tax abatements, go on with this, go on with that, and pretty soon, the
We're not
cities.
even talking about
And then
that.
they're having zone in, and they're not gonna listen to anything we say either. I'm sorry.
Okay. well,
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
One concern I have, really nothing much that I can't post on what is it, the map. Other than that,
I just wanted to note briefly, I hear your frustration, but speaking substantively to the point about whether we were given prior access to the information or not, when the agenda went out earlier today, and one would go into the PDF of the agenda that we have printed before us,
under each variance, there was a request, there was a clickable link
Oh, I didn't
to
see
the,
it.
to the actual application materials. And so for that one, where we didn't have any physical materials, and I agree with you, it's like, I would like to have them give us something, because that's the established practice here. There were 12 pages of documentation, and they were available
I was
for
looking
review.
in one place.
So I just want to note that, so that everybody has access, to democratize that access, but it's there.
We used to get them emailed to us, and that was much better though.
No, it's not, because that's.
You got it,
Emails like you had to
emails.
break it up into 10 emails to send the files, whereas if you just send a
Yeah,
PDF.
well,
thing,
it got it
that's
to the
hard.
people.
Okay, we're
It got it to the people.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sick of being attacked here. I feel attacked. And I will say, like, I
How
had
are you?
nothing to do with it. I just made the process work the way it could. These cases were already in front of zoning. They were approved at zoning. The difference was that they were changing the way the variances worked, and that was based on what the city's report gave us. So like, I mean, I understand what you're saying too, Deb, and like, sometimes they don't give it to us. Like, they don't have to give it to us before. That's not written anywhere. But when it's available, I make sure everybody gets it.
It was online. I mean.
I just realized the links were highlighted on my phone.
So, I mean, I do what I can to make sure everybody gets it. My goal is to not bog anybody's email down with 99 megabyte files and to not send, 500 emails with all of them, but to just have it all in one location that you just click the link and it's there. So I'm sorry if that doesn't work for anybody, but I found that it's
I didn't realize
better.
it had been done that way.
Yeah, as soon as I get it, I send it to people on the website. So, I mean, if you weren't familiar, I mean, we didn't realize that.
It's just a
Well,
familiar.
I think we're out of time for the
Points are well taken, and I think committees are, they are what they are, and we have to sometimes look through this and give each other a little bit of leeway. So I'm gonna keep moving on, under your reports. District report, anything, Tim? Report.
My only comment would be my appreciation for the way that Jeremy handles the communication.
Okay. I want to thank the team that sits on either side of me, because if it had not been for these two and these two, we would be here 2 more hours, because we actually went to the simplest point that we could to do these things. Your turn.
No, the one thing I do wish that I almost didn't take David's advice was, on voting it down, I do think it would have actually been easier just to amend the motion. So that point is noted. I think that added a level of confusion that probably just wasn't necessary. But I was doing that based on the information that I had at the time. So.
I will say, I went on the recommendation of the executives here. I tended to agree that maybe they should have come back, but I think it also worked. But there's, in all the years, and I don't even want to say how many, this is really the first time it's ever happened. It's twice in one, so.
It has happened before, but I don't
Well,
think it's been that.
Not these huge,
substantive. Yeah,
not
it's
huge,
not been
they've
like
been
that.
small little houses or additions. I mean, do you recall any, Mike, when you were?
There were, yeah, it was a house, I remember a couple houses, you're right. But as far as big projects like this, no.
Yeah.
We
I
need
mean,
to come back.
We can't have perfection like
Nirvana.
Nirvana, there you go.
Nirvana.
There's like
I was having
that's a
Kurt
oink.
Cobain nightmares. No, I mean, but anyhow, hey,
So.
kind of,
We have 2 more commissioners. Eric, anything from your?
I'm gonna read from Katie's commission, or this is from planning. There was a massive trash cleanup throughout April in Red Apple Park, on Hudson and October Park. There was a trash mob Saturday on Hudson. My wife took part, Tom was there too. I think it was a big success. I think 22 bags of garbage. That was really good. It was a Katie deal. She talked about break-in while people were sleeping around 4 a.m. Neighbors aggregated meetings for various cameras. I don't have any information on this, but it was mentioned in planning. And high school age kids came door to door, check out people's quote foundations, requesting to be let into the house to do comparisons. This is just notes of the sheet. I have no additional thing to add.
I didn't, I was talking, so my concern, can I do my concern? My concern is, I think the very short-sightedness of people, I'm glad Tom's not in the room, about the big 300-gallon trash containers going away. I think it's going to be a nightmare. It's all due to stop illegal dumping. Well, if anyone thinks that illegal dumping will stop, they're crazy. So what's gonna happen? People are gonna throw the shit in the alley, uncontained, and then you're gonna have to call the city, unless you wanna jam it in your own little 90-gallon, which I'll be filling mine up. It's gonna be, if you have a double with 4 roommates, you think they're gonna fill up 190 and say, oh, Skip and Biff, let's cart the rest to the landfill? Hell no, it's gonna go in a pile there. Anyone who can't see this debacle coming our way must be totally brain dead. It's gonna be a mess. I, like Katie, God love her, pick up a lot of trash. I got all this crap blowing up from my street. I pick up a lot. So where am I gonna, and we had 390s and I wrote it in. I'm not gonna shove it in my 90. I mean, I used to put it in the 300. We have so much trash. And now, if you want to try to clean up the area, and where's Katie gonna put her trash box? So am I gonna illegal dump it in some metal container that's some apartment? It's really gonna be a hindrance to those of us who want to try to keep the place picked up.
Is Tom still with us?
I think he's talking to somebody in the.
He's giving up his time.
He's yeah.
Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I really like the way Seth said, where am I gonna shove it?
We'll have to tell her.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Bye.
Take pizza.
Hey, one nice thing, Jorge. You edited when I said it's like the city's flipping a song. You didn't read it, but you said later, you were scared shitless.
I didn't read it, honestly, I was thinking.
All right.
Now I
And before I forget, Ronald Park, Hamlet Street, called them and said thank you. Yeah, they wanted me to read it. I don't know. Yeah, that might be interesting.
If you play me.
Yeah, I